1, and we've crossed the magical triple digits in terms of participants. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Just want to quickly remind everyone that this is being recorded and webcast. So just wanted to disclose that. Let's go ahead and everybody, if you could mute, please, unless you're intending to speak, just to try to get out that ambient noise and the leaf blowers and dogs and everything. Just go ahead and mute. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started here. So I will be the moderator for our event today. My name is David Takeharts. I'm the Stakeholder Relations and Outreach Manager for CalPERS. And I'll be, as I said, I'll be moderating the event today. I'd like to begin by turning it over to our Chief Executive Officer, Marcie Frost. Go ahead, Marcie. Marcie, I'm not hearing you.
It shows she's unmuted.
Yeah, Marcie, there's some sound problems here. We're not hearing anything.
Is it volume, Marcie? Okay.
Does everybody speak sign language by chance?
No.
David, why don't we have Marcie log off and log back on? That might be the trick.
Yeah, give it a shot. So why don't we give it another moment here? Other folks are still logging in as well, so not the worst thing in the world.
Wow, great. All right, let's try this again. My apologies. So good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year to you all. This is our 3rd annual Stakeholder Forum, and I'm pleased to be able to join my colleagues from the executive team and members of our board for what I hope really is a productive day of conversations, that it's not just a one-way us sharing information with you, but we have the format set up where we can invite that kind of dialogue that's become very important to CalPERS, and I know to all of you as well. Yesterday, during our board education day, I did note that 2022 is the 90th anniversary for CalPERS. In the history of the organization, it has been partnerships like we have with all of you, our really important stakeholders that have really helped us to deliver on the promise of retirement security and our mission of delivering retirement benefits as well as a very strong healthcare program. We've never really wavered on that commitment and are more committed than ever to the long-term sustainability and the health of our pension plan as well as the health of the health plan. Meeting face-to-face is always our preference, but even through virtual events like this, we do believe that it is vital to our success to stay connected with our stakeholders, to make sure that we understand what's on your minds, how can we modify and improve our services to better accommodate the needs that you have and the needs of the individuals who you also represent. The format we'll be using today is a little bit different than the one we used last year. It includes 2 sets of presentations followed by those interactive discussions that I mentioned. Michael Cohen, who is our Chief Financial Officer, and I will start the day with an overview of some of our top priorities, as well as a little bit of a look back over the last 5 years. And then Dan Bienvenue, our interim chief investment officer, and Ann Simpson, our managing investment director for board governance and sustainability, will review all the various market conditions that guided our asset liability management work in 2021, along with the sustainable investment factors that shape the direction of our initiatives. And there was a really good presentation yesterday, probably one of the best that I've really seen in my 5 years here, that was done by members of our team. So if you've not had a chance to look at that, it was our the path to net zero for the portfolio and for CalPERS. That was a recorded session. You can go back and look at that at any time. Really encourage you to do that. And then we'll have our first open discussion at that point. And again, I encourage you to ask questions and provide comments on anything that you've heard, anything that we may have missed. After lunch, we'll then transition into pension administration and customer service with a presentation from Anthony Suine, who's the Deputy Executive Officer who oversees all of our customer service and support programs. Anthony will update you on how we're planning to meet member and employer needs in 2022, and we'll also cover some of the new rules going into effect this year. The final presentation of the day will come from our health team, led by our Chief Health Director, Don Moulds, and Dr. Julia Logan, our Chief Medical Officer. Their presentation addresses the impacts that we're seeing in the healthcare marketplace from COVID-19 and our plans to join forces with California's top healthcare purchasers to initiate foundational change in our healthcare delivery. A change that would better contain some of the costs, advance our work in areas such as behavioral health and health equity, and the measurements that we really look at for success, making those much more transparent to all of our stakeholders and to all other participants in the health program. Measurements such as factors related to hypertension, factors related to diabetes. These are things that we're tracking today, and we want to make our success and our progress much more transparent to people who really want to see these, these conditions improve over time. So we do look forward to our conversations so we can learn firsthand about the issues, again, you and your members face, and how we can work together. That deeper understanding helps strengthen our partnership and drives real progress toward our mutually agreed upon goals and expectations. So again, I want to thank you for coming, and I'd like to now turn it over to President Taylor to share some welcome remarks as well.
Thank you, Marcie, and good morning, everyone. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you all for being here, but I'd also like to thank the staff for their hard work in putting this together for all our stakeholders. Connecting with our stakeholders group is one of the most important aspects of our role as board members. And of course, I am joined by a number of my colleagues, and we're looking forward to hearing from you throughout the day. So please take full advantage of this opportunity to ask us questions, deepen your understanding of the material, and we do value your feedback. Thanks again for coming. I'm going to turn it back now to David to go over the meeting logistics and get us going.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. So just some quick housekeeping and logistics. Those of you who have done Zoom webinars, really probably by the dozen over the last few years, this will be pretty routine, but just want to hit on some of the key things. So our scheduled time today is from 10 a.m. all the way through 2:45 p.m. And we will have a break for lunch. Will probably be right around noon, but it might be a little bit earlier, a little bit later, kind of depending on where we are in the conversation. So just ask for some flexibility there. Obviously, we're all on a Zoom right now. It's live and in real time for us. It's also simultaneously being webcast and is viewable on the public CalPERS website. There's a slight time delay there, which may come into play with our next point here, which is that because we do have a quorum of board members, we do need to follow the public meetings guidelines. And we're just going to have to ask for some grace and patience from you on this one, because it's frankly having an organic, natural conversation. Number one, it's kind of tough on Zoom anyway, but then you put it within the strictures of a public meeting and there's a little bit of a friction there. So we'll just have to ask for your patience on that one. We're going to have to pause a couple of times and solicit public comments from those who are potentially listening to this through that webcast. In all likelihood, there will be very few public comments, because my guess is that the folks who really want to offer that are right here in the meeting right now. But we're going to have to pause a couple times and do that. So I'll just have to, that would be a good time to quickly clear your throat or stretch your legs, and we'll just kind of move through it. So thanks so much for that. At the same time, you all are, of course, able to offer public comment. I guess I would just say, if you could find it in your heart to maybe reserve the public comment towards the end, that will free us up for more of a natural, kind of like natural human dialogue here with the team and between you, and just really would appreciate that. But it is your right as a citizen to offer public comment when you want to. So go ahead and do it if you want. And of course, we'll accommodate that. Just basic Zoom etiquette here. If you could stay on mute unless you're intending to speak, would really appreciate that. We've got, upwards of 125 people on the call. There'll probably be a few little slip ups, but you can just try to monitor that. And then cameras are optional. We'd love to get a look at you, but if you need to turn that off or for any other reason, it's totally up to you how you want to do that. Okay. I think that's it in terms of our overall housekeeping. I think the general format here that we're going to do is, as Marcie said, is sort of a facilitated dialogue. I'll be the moderator. We've sourced up some questions that we think are highly relevant. If you look through this, if you take a look quickly at your participation list here, the participants list, you'll probably see some usual suspects, folks that you recognize from other stakeholder meetings, but we also have some newer folks to the equation here, and that was intentional. We really asked our main stakeholder leaders to look at their organizations and say, who are the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people who maybe you want to say in a 4-hour period of time here, would get the most benefit from participating in this forum, whether it's them learning about CalPERS, maybe they're in a role where they're not, where suddenly they're, needing to understand the CalPERS policies, either on the pension side, investments, or healthcare, or you want to make sure that they have the opportunity to talk to us and talk to the board members about things. In any case, there are some newer folks here, so a lot of our conversations will start with perhaps some CalPERS 101. So it might be a little bit basic at first, but I assure you, we'll quickly zoom into more detailed, topical, timely issues that are of concern to stakeholders. So that's the general format. And we do have those 2 carved out open discussion periods where we would encourage you, of course, to ask any questions or make any comments related to what you talked about, or even things that we didn't cover, because there's really just so much, of course. And last point I'll make before we dive into it, I assure you I will stop talking at some point. If you want to raise your hand, you can do that by, if you were to click the reactions button at the bottom of your screen, depending on what device you're using, there should be like a raise hand button, which is different from the clap button, which I just clicked. Okay, so that's just to say, yay, very good. The raise hand, it'll actually say the words raise hand. And that way, when we open it up for public conversation, we'll be able to see that you want to talk, okay? All right, so I think we've covered everything there. Let's go ahead and move forward here now. There's one quick note I wanted to mention. There was an error on our part. When we originally sent out the agenda, we mentioned that we would be introducing our chief investment officer. That was premature, so apologies for that. We're not at the point in the process where we can do that. And we may have a little bit that we can share on the timing, but we're not at that point. So that's something that's different from the original agenda. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and dive into it then? So let's start off talking with our Chief Executive Officer, Marcie, who you heard from a little bit already. And then I'd also like to invite Michael Cohen, who's our Chief Financial Officer, into this discussion. So let's get started here. So Marcie, you've been here at CalPERS for 5 years, just kind of looking back at that time period, like what are some of the big things that have happened at CalPERS? If you were to sort of give us a high level, what are the things that have occurred, the things that you're proud of, or that had the biggest impact on the system?
Yeah, thank you, David, for that question. For me, one of the ways that a public pension plan is really measured on whether it is a healthy plan, whether it is successfully meeting all of our members' expectations and having confidence that that benefit is going to be there at the time our active employees decide to retire, is what is called the funded status. It's also called the coverage ratio, so the percentage of the portfolio that would cover those pension obligations. And so 5 years ago, I think we were referred to as having a D grade, where we were around 65% funded, or had a 65% coverage ratio of our liabilities. And today, as of the end of December, with the run up in the markets, the 21.3% return that we told everyone about in July, that coverage ratio sits roughly around 71.8%. And when I first came into the 81.8%. And when I first came into the organization, that 68%, and seeing this funded ratio continue to move up to where the members will have much more confidence, again, that their benefit will be there when they need it. And so funny, when I started here, that I would say that one of the levels of attention that I brought into the organization was really understanding how every decision CalPERS makes will have an impact on our funded status. And so I kept referring to my hand. So we're 68% funded. How does this decision improve it? How does that decision take away from that number? And so I had someone in my budget office actually give me this little sign that we began writing in chalk, because we expected that number to continue to go up. So this 80% is reflective of the funded status as of the June 30th performance numbers of 21.3. So that is something I think everyone has been involved in, the board, our stakeholders as well, because contributing to that number not only is it the market performance, it's also the fact that we have lowered the discount rates twice now, once in 2016, and again, just this last year with the risk mitigation policy, that our employers and, frankly, many of our members are now paying more contributions into their retirement plan, yet still receiving the same benefits. So we know that these are very, very difficult decisions for everyone to get an understanding of. First, what's going on in the markets, that we really think that we would not be able to hit the number that we had expected to hit 4 years ago. And frankly, that's what happened in this last ALM cycle. Is back in 2016, we thought over a 30-year period of time, if you took 6.1, 6.2, which was basically the 10-year capital market assumptions, and then you took the actuarial rate that went out 30, 40 years, that was around 8. And so if you take those two numbers, we believe that 7% was the right number longer term. But since 2016, what we've seen through the capital market assumptions and all of the providers who give us that information is those assumptions have come down pretty significantly, which is why we had to bring these various candidate portfolios to the board that basically fully implemented the risk mitigation policy of the 21.3, moving that 7% down to 6.8% automatically. What does a portfolio look like? And what would typically be the risk mitigation policy, most people would think that would mean you'd be taking risk off the table. Because of those capital market assumptions, we were not able to take risk off the table. We actually had to, risk in a different way. And so, I think being proud of, the coverage ratio, increasing, the fact that we continue to work with our stakeholders, have a better relationship with our employers. I think when I first, came in, we really didn't hear that much from our employers. And what they said to us is they didn't really think their voice mattered. And so spending more of our time creating more services like the pension outlook tool, and some other services that we provide to our employers, I think making them feel like they have an equal seat at the table.
The first sheet said.
The other is just building out, the executive team here at CalPERS. Michael Cohen is joining me for this session. Having Michael come in as our Chief Financial Officer, I really felt like that was a big win for CalPERS based on Michael's experience with Governor Brown and others. He understands the environment by which CalPERS has to run a pension system. And sometimes that environment is very political. Sometimes that environment is just really all of us understanding the decisions that have to be made based on the data that is presented to us. And then employer affordability. We've said there are 3 key risks to the system, and one of those is the ability for employers to afford making those contributions. And if we think of how are those contributions made, there's basically two buckets, right? So there's the bucket that is the unfunded actuarial liability, which means those are all of our past losses where our actuarial assumptions did not play out to be true. So that is the unfunded liability. And for the most part, I know there's some exceptions to this, but for the most part, our public employers pay the unfunded liability contribution rate, and they're paying now 6.8% on that balance. And then the other is the normal cost. And that's what we saw with the PEPRA members with the 6.8% being approved and put in place, that the PEPRA members will now have an additional cost as well. And then, I think we've had some stumbles along the way. I'll be, the first to admit that. I tend to lead this organization in a really humble way, that we have to acknowledge that mistakes will happen, but we have to understand the root cause of those mistakes. It would be a tragedy to make the same mistake over and over. So we have disciplined ourselves that when something does not go to the expectation or the outcome that we had expected, we take the time to figure out what was the root cause of that problem so that we solve it at the root cause level and we don't continue to have these problems occur. So, just building out, again, the executive team, understanding that we need people who think critically, know what it means to be an executive at CalPERS, a very public entity. Hiring our chief health director, Don Moulds, has been on board now for a few years. That was a really important hire for us. And then most recently, also on the executive team, having our new chief of diversity, equity, and inclusion with Marlene Timberlake-Diadama. That's a new position for CalPERS. We have a new framework for implementation, and there are very strong measurements to show progress within that framework. So we're very excited about it. We presented that now to the board. The first time was sharing the framework. The second time was progress and leaning toward where those measurements were heading. But we're very excited about that body of work to improve performance of the organization, but also performance of our investments. So those are some, I think, David, that where I think about, where CalPERS was 5 years ago to where we are today. I think there have been, some improvements in a number of areas, but we're still working to improve. An 80% funded ratio is not where we need to be. We need to be over 90. There's a lot of debate about what's the perfect funded ratio, but for me, we need to get over 90%. And that's where, again, members are going to feel confident that their money that they've contributed, the earnings on those investment returns, the employer contributions being made on the behalf of those members will be there when they need it to, when they retire.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, so CalPERS is just like such a complex animal, such a difficult, I often tell my folks that it's almost like a miniature government unto itself. It's just, the system is very complex, a lot of different levers, a lot of folks who say, well, why can't you do this? And it's not always a straight and narrow path of here's the goal, here's a clear way to get there that obviously makes sense to everybody. It's not really that way. What sort of drives your decision making and the decision making of the team? And Michael, you can chime in too as well. How are you looking at all these complexities and deciding which one to move forward on and when?
Yeah, David, the term you used around complexity, CalPERS, we participate in a benchmarking service, and CalPERS is the most complex pension system in the United States by a very large margin. We're far off to the right. And a lot of that is the way that the benefits are structured, of which CalPERS does not structure those benefits. Those benefits come through, the legislative process, which I think is the right process to have, benefit design done. But we do have a complex set of rules, which sometimes makes it difficult for a member to understand really every benefit that they've earned throughout their career. But I'm a firm believer that we have to use data to make our decisions, and our decisions are always aimed at the long-term sustainability of retirement security for our members. The number one mission that we have, along with our healthcare side, is that we're here to pay member benefits. That's what we are here to do. That's that true north, if you will. And so the long-term sustainability of the system is based on a number of decisions that are made by the board and day-to-day decisions, frankly, that are made by the team here at CalPERS. Investment returns make up about 60 cents of every pension dollar that's paid to a retiree. So we know that the portfolio and having innovation in that portfolio, being able to recruit and retain the right team in our investment office, all here in Sacramento, is extremely important to the overall success of CalPERS. So that investment performance and understanding that risk mitigation has to factor in, that there's a balance between risk and return. And we have to understand what our risk appetite is. And if our risk appetite is at a certain level, what is our return threshold that we should be able to expect from the portfolio? We're very concerned about downside risk. We want to be able to hold these gains that we're making through a number of decisions, and the funded status being at over 80% right now. We want to be able to hold those gains. And investment performance is certainly a part of that. And that's why we have a session really just dedicated to investments And also sustainable investments. What are we thinking about when we say the path to net zero? What does that mean for CalPERS, a large institutional investor, a large asset owner? And one of the early campaigns that we really worked on was that engagement really does work for CalPERS. And so how do we show that through measurements and through data that our engagement strategy is really working over what some would say we need to have more of a divestment strategy? And again, reflecting back on the presentation from yesterday afternoon, really think that would be good for people to look at. I know Ann Simpson will talk about that as well. But just controlling costs to the extent that we can. On the healthcare side, it's about providing access to high quality healthcare that's also affordable. And that triangle is very difficult to keep in shape. And I know Dawn and Julia and Kim and others work really hard to find, to negotiate the best price possible that we can get from our health plans. Our board helps with really putting leverage on those plans to say, bring us your best numbers, right? Understand that we want to be a leader in the marketplace. We want to have benefits that really meet and address the needs that our members have. But we need to do that at, a cost that's affordable and a way that is accessible for everyone here in California. And frankly, for people beyond California, for those who are retired out of state. And then we want to minimize operational risk. That complexity drives more operational risk than what I would say our counterparts have. And this telework, and I know we'll talk a little bit about COVID-19 and the impact on the workforce, but this telework, we worked full-time in the office, essentially, with rare exception. And on, basically a moment's notice, everyone's leaving CalPERS buildings and working remotely. That control environment was not fully in place. And we have some work to do there. And we have started that work when we return. And again, I can talk more about this later. When we return to the office, and that date hasn't been fully determined, we're watching, we say data, not dates. Again, data will make our decision. We'll return in a very different way than where we were prior to the pandemic. So I think, data, what's best for our members, how do we get the best productivity and engagement out of our team members? How can we be efficient? How can we be a reliable partner to all of our stakeholders who need access to us, need us to share the data that we're using to make decisions? And then how do we use innovation and creativity to continue to make CalPERS better?
Yeah, very good. Michael, let's turn to you now. So I think COVID-19, probably the most uttered phrase in CalPERS over the last year, but the second one was probably ALM, in terms of the big work that CalPERS was doing. So can you define that for us and talk us through the work that you and the team brought to the board for that kind of like decision that culminated ultimately in the affirmation of the discount rate at that 6.8? Can you just talk us through that?
You bet. And the asset liability management, which is what ALM stands for, really kind of overlapped with the pandemic, that we started talking about it early in 2020. It's a once every 4-year process, but really, we kicked off with the board offsite in July of 2020 saying, hey, 2021 is going to be the big year for the asset liability management process. And what that is really the assets are the investment side of things. The liabilities are our actuarial assumptions, and the management is kind of the coordination of those things. We want to make sure everything lines up and is internally consistent. And so we do take a look at that every 4 years. Marcie kind of gave a preview of some of the key factors going on as we entered the ALM cycle, and that really was sort of this lowering of expectations for the marketplace in the coming years. And that was why in 2015, the board adopted this risk mitigation policy, which was to nudge down the discount rate, sort of our assumption of future investment returns over time using the good investment years to do so, rather than waiting until you had to make a bigger chunk of change all at once, which is what happened right at roughly the same time. In 2017, we took a 0.5 percentage point off of our discount rate. So this time, as we entered the ALM cycle, we were able to take advantage of the 21% return to sort of nudge the discount rate down to that 6.8%. And ultimately, the board sort of confirmed that was the right place for the system. Really, I think probably the key number to think about in how we ended up there was that if we had left everything alone, we had assumed that we had a 7% portfolio, but the current market assumptions were showing that, hey, this assessment of your investments was only going to yield 6.2%. So we had to do something to sort of coordinate our portfolio. And that's really what we end up with the 6.8%. The two key things that have changed is we now have leverage at up to 5% as part of that asset allocation. And there was, again, a session yesterday that it did a really good job talking about how that happens on an operational level. And then the other big thing is something we've been talking about for a number of years, and that's increasing our investments in private assets. And so private equity is the area that gets the most attention, but it's also in real estate and in private lending. And so all of those things combined are the asset classes that have historically given the best results. So by putting more money into those private assets, we're more likely to be able to hit or exceed our 6.8% target. In terms of what comes next from the ALM process, the board has made the big decision in terms of setting the discount rate, but now there is a lot of implementation work to be done. So starting in March with the investment committee, and then again in June, our investment team will be bringing all of the decisions to the board necessary to make that happen. And obviously we'll be coordinating that with our new chief investment officer as they come on board.
Very good, thank you. Marcie, back to you. If you were looking ahead for 2022, and again, we know that like this COVID keeps like changing all the milestones for us, but the work is going to keep going on. I know that we have things like the new strategic plan. Can you talk about that? Can you talk about anything kind of from that high level that the stakeholders can expect to be our main priorities for 2022?
Yeah, thank you, David. I think, a couple of items of note. One is a new chief investment officer and getting a new CIO fully onboarded. The decisions that were made in November for ALM, that was part of the work ahead of us, but the remaining work is really implementing that new strategic asset allocation. So we'll be bringing back a number of agenda items. Likely we'll do many more webinars for our stakeholders as well, so they understand, the data that we're bringing back on implementation. So ALM will be, certainly first and foremost in our minds as we work through 2022. You mentioned the new 5-year strategic plan. A lot of stakeholder work has been done on that, really understanding, how our stakeholders view success and how they measure our success. We do a stakeholder engagement survey. That data is really important to us to understand whether we're completely fulfilling your needs as well. We'll do, continued use of technology. Thank you, Deb, for acknowledging in the chat that member service has continued to be great during the pandemic. Our contact center, for example, was full-time in the office prior to the pandemic. They now will have the ability to work full-time remote. Their service has just been excellent throughout. Our production team, our transaction team with Anthony, and I know he'll go into some details about this and new service offerings, replacing in-person member visits in our regional locations with phone calls, sometimes with phone calls initially, and then also now these virtual one-on-one counseling sessions that people can simply do from their home. I do see that trend continuing to increase. I think people find it convenient. You don't need to get in your car and have a horrible commute in some places of the state, but you can still have that direct interaction with one of our experts, one of our team members, and get everything that you would need and not have to get in your car and commute to one of the regional locations. We'll have a lot more work on climate and that path to net zero, much more information there as well. We have board elections, and I was thinking about this yesterday. So 5 years ago, the 13 board members, of those 13, 3 of those are still on the board today. So there's been, quite a bit of turnover in our board. We're running those elections. We'll be running a few more this year as well. Wow. So, things do not sit stagnant at CalPERS. We like that. We like change as long as it's the right change, but we know that we have to continue to change and evolve to meet all of our member needs and expectations and really to be, successful for the next, 5 years, 10, 15 years.
Very good. Just one other thing popped into my head as far as like things coming out. In fact, this will be something, kind of useful for stakeholders, I think. One comment we've got in the past is that it's been kind of hard to search for past board items. You try to remember, wait, now you really have to know like what year and what month and what committee the item came to. Very difficult. That's hard for me to do. And I do this all day, every day. And so we've actually, today we're rolling out a new board search tool. So you stakeholders, as soon as we're done here, go ahead and pop onto the website and see how it works. We're kind of doing a soft rollout here. So go ahead and type in whatever topic you're looking for. We'll get that link posted in the chat in a bit here, and do some search, and then let me know how it works. Just shoot me an email, say, hey, I searched for XYZ and I wasn't able to find it, or yeah, it worked, terrific. So hopefully that'll help your searches there. In the meantime, if you ever need help, just let me know and I can help track it down. So Marcie, we're kind of coming to the end of our little segment here, but what are some of the big challenges for us right now? What are the big challenges that you're looking at? I know we've hit on it from a couple of different points, but like our focus and like the challenges that we're addressing, and what can the stakeholders do? We all have a vested interest in this, right? Everybody wants the system to succeed, and everybody wants to keep costs down, and everybody wants the pensions and the healthcare system to go on in perpetuity. What are the challenges, and what are the things that you're hoping to see from the community?
From the stakeholder community, we do have regularly scheduled meetings so that we can also give updates on what we're seeing over the next quarter or the next 6 months, what's coming before the board. I know that's really important to our stakeholder community, and then also a chance for us to listen to feedback as we're preparing those items, but also to listen to things that we may not be paying as close attention to. So I would like to see those continue. I'd like to see those conversations be as frank as they have been. I have no reason to believe that would not happen. But when we've been virtual for basically 2 years now, I believe that it's not the same as meeting in person. So I'm really looking forward to returning these sessions into an in-person format as soon as we possibly can. So it's been a little challenging, but I think we have a bright spot ahead of us. On the investment side, it's really the capital market assumptions. It's the fact that we want to hold the gain on this funded status, and so much of that is dependent on the market staying healthy and our ability to navigate within those market dynamics and taking the right team to be able to do that. So that chief investment officer, getting that person onboarded and fully in place is not necessarily a challenge, but anytime you bring someone new in, there is an acclimation period because you don't want to cause whiplash for the portfolio or whiplash for the team. So there's a little bit of acclimation there. Ongoing, affordability of the pension plans, something I pay very close attention to as well. And the potential for market downturns, again, back to the portfolio. And, climate risk is one of the other risks. Climate risk, our ability to get our 6.8% out of the return or out of the markets over a long term. And then, employer affordability. Those continue to be the 3 key risks to the system. We just revisited this. Those will be the same 3 key risks that we see for 2022. But I think the way that we successfully navigate it is, we have common goals. All of the stakeholders and CalPERS and the board, we all have common goals. And the common goal is to increase the coverage ratio, make sure that we have the right balance between risk and return, high levels of transparency, high levels of communication with all the various stakeholder groups. So I think, more ideas about how we better do that, more ideas about how we better implement innovation, I think would be very helpful as well. And looking forward to having those conversations this year.
Great, thank you. Just kind of being mindful of the clock here, we want to kind of move on and focus on the investments. As I mentioned, though, folks, remember, as I said at the top, we kind of have to pause a couple times for public comment as we move through the agendized items. So why don't we take our first little break to do that right now? You can stretch your legs. Let me check in with our Chief of Stakeholder Relations, Kelly Fox, who's bravely manning the public comment call-in line. Kelly, do we have anybody who wishes to provide public comment? Or there's a little tape delay here, so he's hearing me in future past. Not hearing anything here, so I'm not sure if that's a technical thing or what, but so we'll try to get that fixed. So Kelly, if you could let me know or shoot me a text and let me know, and we'll address that at the next public comment spot. So apologies if there was a caller there. It's just a technical problem, not willful. I do see there's a couple questions coming into the chat. Some people are messaging me directly. We'll address those. For right now, though, I'd like to go ahead and move and invite our acting chief investment officer, Dan Bienvenue, to kind of come to the forefront. Dan.
David, excuse me just a moment. I'm not sure if Mr. Behrens had public comment. He has his hand up. We might want to check on that real quickly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, Tim. Go ahead and unmute, Tim. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because for some reason I can't get my computer to talk to me, so I'm talking on my phone and watching you on my computer screen. I'd like to congratulate the new president and vice president of the board and the newly elected members of the board. And as mentioned earlier, it's the biggest turnover of board members in the 12 years that I've been retired that I've ever seen in my life. More to come. Do we have any dates for the election for retiree seat?
Thank you, Tim. We are putting that together now. We should be able to have that information available for the February board meetings.
Okay, great. The only other question I have, what's the latest update on hiring a new chief investment officer?
As we did a public notice, it was last week, these weeks have been running together. For further consideration of candidates, we are moving forward and hopefully we'll have an announcement within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And I should probably go ahead and make sure, solicit to see if anyone wants to provide actual public comment right now, actual testimony, or do we want to move on before we move on to the next agendized topic? All right, hearing none. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Dan. So Dan, thanks so much for joining us here. As many of you know, Dan has been sitting in the big chair for us for almost 2 years now. Thank you, sir, for that. Thank you for the 21.3% return last year. That really helped take some of the sting out of the discount rate reduction. So let's start with some fundamentals, okay? And again, this might be slightly reductive for a few of you long timers in the game, but Dan, let's just, a fundamental question that we get from stakeholders, or maybe kind of verging into critics of CalPERS area here, is that, some people think that our investment approach is too conservative, okay? It's just too conservative. We should be trying to ride this market. We've got sky high valuations for public equities. Why don't we just put the whole thing, into Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and ride the tech wave? But then there's the other contingent that says almost quite the opposite, right? There's the view that pensions are based and undergirded by the concept of virtually risk-free investing. We should be putting it all into extremely low-risk bonds. We can't be gambling at all when it comes to pensions for retirees, because it has to get paid forever. Where do you stand on this? I mean, you've been living in this world for a long time. As far as I know, you were born at CalPERS Investment Office. So how do you view all this?
Yeah, thanks, David. Thanks for having me. It's a great question, and it's a question for which there's no perfect answer, candidly. And I say that because it's a balance, and that is one of CalPERS' core values. But it really is all about balance. What we're balancing here is a desire, an appetite for returns, but also with an aversion to risk, right? Everybody wants lots of return and no risk, but that's not what the markets give you. The markets give you return as compensation for risk. And as a result, that whole set of, calculus and that decision is really grounded in preferences. And so for some, there is a preference to swing for the fences, take a lot of risk, and try to get those really high returns. Though, David, you alluded to the fact that, valuations are high right now across everything, whether that's the equity markets, public and private, whether that's real asset markets, commodities markets, like you name it, everything is expensive. And bond yields are low, which means that bond prices are high also. So, kind of balancing that desire to shoot for returns while also trying to avoid undue risk. And, again, there are some that are just highly risk averse. And, those are people that would, to your point, David, they would try to put it all in, a bond and defease the liabilities. But of course, we know what that would do to contributions. And so as a result, we wind up trying to trade these things off and candidly working with our overall stakeholder community because ultimately it's about the sort of the aggregate of the stakeholders balancing of those, as I say, sort of desire for returns and appetite for returns with aversion to risk. And, where we landed, of course, and, and Michael talked about this through the ALM process, but where we landed, of course, with this was the 6.8% portfolio, comprised the way that it is. And frankly, in my opinion, certainly one of the things, Marcie and Michael will know that this is going back, something approaching a year, kind of where I landed was that 6.8 feels like a very good balance. It feels like it's a prudent portfolio. It's a better portfolio than the last ALM process. And, Michael talked about that last portfolio, having a lower return. This is actually what I view to be a better portfolio that also allows us to achieve returns, but then also kind of strikes that good balance between appetite for return, but also aversion for risk.
Right. So we got 21.3% last year, and the year before the returns, I believe, came in like 4.7. Paradoxically, though, I think in terms of our benchmarks, the 4.7 really exceeded some peers that we look at, and the 21.3, not quite as high as a few other large institutional investors. Like, how does that happen? Can you just talk through like our approach there, like our thinking behind how we're allocating the assets and how that then kind of like matures and like what comes out the back end when we look at these fiscal year returns?
Sure, happy to. And again, I talked about our strategic asset allocation and our balancing of, appetite for return and aversion to risk. What works for CalPERS is not the right, not necessarily the right thing for other plans. And every individual investor, and I say this whether it's an individual or whether it's a professional investor like we are, every investor has their own balancing of that return and risk, right? So, for myself, the money that I invest for my kids' college, now my kids are college age, that's invested very conservatively. I don't want to take any risk on that. But the money that's invested for my retirement, that's going to be, years down the road, so that I take more risk on. And for every portfolio, there is a balancing of that risk and return, and each individual investor has their own balancing. With us, one thing that was very clear to us after the financial crisis, and I say that was really a seminal moment for this organization, but it was very clear after the financial crisis that our usefulness, like how much we experience, positive in the plan for really high returns, is less than how much pain we experience for really bad negative returns. And we saw this in the financial crisis, that the pain that was caused by the financial crisis in terms of contributions, in terms of contribution volatility, what we get good from really high positive returns is not as great as what we experience on the bad side, so to speak, right, from really bad negative returns. And as a result, we made the portfolio much more defensive. And and really what became clear, I think, to all of us was that if we could go out and buy a product for $500 billion, which of course very few organizations could stand up to, but if we could go out and buy a product on a $500 billion to earn 6.8% in perpetuity, we would buy that product. Like, that would be a very prudent investment for us. So the problem is that product doesn't exist. And even if it did exist, there's no, as I say, that from a counterparty standpoint, there aren't any organizations that could really stand up to our size. So as a result, we wind up managing a portfolio, and that portfolio invests in markets. Now, if we were able to buy that 6.8% return product, what that would mean was that in these really positive up markets, we would underperform our peers significantly because we would just get a 6.8. But in those really bad down markets, we would outperform significantly because we would earn that 6.8. Now, as I say, we can't do that, but what we can do is make the portfolio much more defensive. And really, that's what we've done over the last, as I say, call it decade plus since the financial crisis. We've put a specific allocation to treasuries into the portfolio. We know that U.S. treasuries tend to go up when markets go down, and we know that those drawdowns, again, are those really negative experiences for us. We put a specific defensive equity sleeve into the equity. Now, it's still equity, and it's still equity risk, but it's expected to outperform the kind of the standard public equity, cap-weighted equity markets when markets are drawing down. And then finally, we really made our real assets, the last main point I would make is that we really made our real assets portfolio much more defensive. So other organizations have real assets portfolios that have commodities in them. They have, opportunistic real estate investments. So, greenfields, development and the like. Ours is a much more defensive, core, mature buildings and the like, income producing real estate portfolio and real assets portfolio, including infrastructure. And as I say, that was very intentional. And what you see from that, you alluded to the 21.3 and then last year, the 4.7. What you see from that is that happens in the markets. When the markets are going up significantly the way that they did in sort of calendar year, well, I guess after the drawdown, so fiscal year 2021, when markets are going up significantly the way they were, and the equity markets were up, 35, 40%, we will underperform in that environment, and we'll print a 21 when some of our peers are printing 27s. And the reason for that is that we have this more defensive portfolio. The converse of that is that when markets are drawing down the way they did certainly in March of 2020, and of course we know they bounced back significantly, but during that period of March 2020 when the markets were down, I think the S&P was down about 35% or so during that period. Our portfolio drew down significantly less. We lost about 17% during that time frame. So we expect to outperform. That's the reason that for the fiscal year we printed, I think, a 4.7 relative to many of our peers that printed kind of a low threes. And and again, that has to do with the structure of the portfolio and our balancing of return and risk. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's really good. And yeah, and it can be a bitter pill to swallow, right? Sometimes to see, outsized performance. Sometimes you're like, I wish you could have grabbed a little bit more of that share, but we're going to be darn happy that we have that defensive posture when, not if, but when, there is another drawdown, because these things are cyclical. It's going to happen. And, we have to have that posture of, we need to be able to weather that storm. And that's why I'm glad that, you and the rest of the professionals are running this, because I'm ashamed to say it, but I lost my shirt in March of 2020, okay, because I definitely, this is right when COVID hit, right? And the markets were tanking, everything was tanking, and all the talking heads said, there may be no bottom here as the economy just completely fails. And I was like, I got to sell. And then within a month, it had not just recovered, but gone past that. So good thing David Takearts is not the chief investment officer of CalPERS, or otherwise we'd all be in trouble. So I'm glad you have those safeguards in place. So Dan, taking a look at the slide that we have up here, this is one, the stakeholders that have been involved for a while have probably seen this, but you're kind of seeing the macro story of the challenges for CalPERS, really all pension plans here. Can you walk us through what are we looking at here? What's the story being told, and where are we now in this kind of evolving cycle of how we can look to fund the benefits?
Sure, David, happy to. So what you see here is you've got, of course, you've got two axes on here. The left shows the rates of return in percentage, and then the right shows the asset allocation. And what you can see is with the dashed black line, what you can see is that, going back to the late 70s, the 10-year treasury. So just investing in treasuries, you could have earned over 14%. Now that has dropped to below 2%. So that's one of the real challenges that we face. One of the other things that you can see here is that in the orange line, which is our rolling return, as treasury yields have come down, you would see that overall, our 10-year, subsequent performance tends to follow the yields, and they tend to follow fixed income yields because, as I mentioned, everything greater than that sort of risk-free rate is a premium for bearing risk, but that premium is added to that sort of risk-free rate. So as the risk-free rate comes down, you would expect to see returns come down, and that's one of the reasons why we've seen, Marcie alluded to this, our capital market assumptions coming down over the years is because of the fact that, as interest rates have come down, the amount of returns that you can expect from risk assets also comes down with them because those premiums are added to that risk-free rate. And then with the gray and the blue, what you're seeing there is really just kind of how much we have invested in risky and non-risky assets. So the gray is that non-risky assets. If you go back to the sort of mid 60s, we were entirely invested in fixed income assets. Those are those low risk assets. In the late 60s, we started investing in equity. That's the the blue part of the page here. Those are the higher risk assets. And of course, that asset allocation has come up significantly, investing more and more in equity. And so what you're seeing is kind of the asset allocation going from, in that kind of balancing as an organization, going from investing in, almost entirely low risk assets. But as the returns on those low risk assets have come up, the need to invest in higher risk assets has come up. And that's, resulted in this sort of balancing of how much do we want of risky assets and how much do we want of the low risk and even the diversifying assets. And so from this page, you're seeing, really frankly, some of the challenges that we face as those lower risk assets returns, expected returns and yield on those assets has come down. That presents one of the biggest challenges for us as investors is how we go after returns in a very low return environment.
It is crazy to think that there was a time when you could just plop the entire perf into treasuries and be on the golf course by 3 p.m. and it's fine. I mean, really, you kind of salivate at the thought of that, but yeah, it's just definitely not the world that we're living in right now. So Dan, maybe one or two more questions, then we can pivot to more of the climate. We did get a question on what we're doing around climate in the chat, so we want to get to that. So we had the discount rate reduction. Michael talked us through that. And we know that a big piece of that is changing the asset allocation, in a strategic way, at the right time, the right way to be most advantageous and opportunistic for CalPERS. Can you just talk us through that process? Because it's not a matter of just pressing a sell button and magically we reallocate, right? Like, what is that like? And can you talk us through the timeline?
Sure, happy to. And really, for me, this is among the parts that I enjoy the most about the job. I got into this business because I love investing and I like being in markets. And so as we have moved into that moving from sort of landing the discount rate and landing the strategic asset allocation to now coming to implementation, this is where, we as the investment office have, immediately pivoted to, okay, now how do we do this? And as you said, you don't just push a button, especially for an organization like us. I mean, we actually have to engage in markets, but one of the real benefits of being a $500 billion plan means that we have economies of scale. We have a very professional staff. We have, great partners that we can work with. One of the challenges is that, Michael alluded to 5% allocations to certain things. Well, I mean, every 5% allocation is $25 billion. Right. And that takes a lot of thoughtfulness. That takes a lot of, actual work to get that done. So that's the stuff that we're working on right now is, okay, how do we get our private debt portfolio, which we have some private debt, Michael referred to as private lending, right? That sort of lending in the private markets as opposed to the public bond markets. How do we get from our current sort of active allocation of less than 1% of the portfolio to getting 5%, $25 billion deployed in that market? And how do we benchmark it? How do we get, we know we adopted an allocation to emerging markets debt. How do we get to $25 billion on that? Knowing that, those markets have liquidity challenges, we need to be very smart about how we do it. We need to take a very extended time frame on how we do it, because otherwise we can really impact that market. And we certainly don't want to do that. And we want to be very discreet in how we get that done. How do we get to the 5% in leverage? Certainly, we know that that's happening over the next ALM cycle. So it's not going to happen immediately, but how we get there, when we get there, and being prudent about that, because no one has a crystal ball that says now is the time to go from 100% allocation to 105% allocation. So we want to do that in kind of the way an individual investor does some dollar cost averaging. We're really going to take our time and piece into that exposure. And then finally, how we continue to get traction in the private markets. We know that private assets, and one of the reasons why you saw this increased allocation to private equity, a new allocation to private debt, and then an increased allocation to real assets, and by that I mean both real estate and infrastructure assets, we know that those assets have very attractive returns for keeping returns high, but also importantly, a very attractive return per unit of risk. And then finally, very importantly, They have very attractive diversifying properties, both through the lens of actual economic diversification, but also through the lens of sort of accounting diversification. And so as a result, figuring out how we get an additional, call it $25 billion deployed in each of those markets over the upcoming period of time is really something that we're spending a lot of time, working on. And, how we do it, when we do it, that's stuff that we're working on now. But as I say, that's, that's the reason most of us got into this business. And for me, certainly that's one of the many things, but one of the things that gets me up in the morning.
Very good. So you mentioned the leverage. We've talked a lot about private equity with the stakeholders. Everyone has their opinion on that one, but the leverage concept is newer, I think, and not very intuitive. Can you talk us through? And folks, if you happen to be watching the board education session yesterday, there was a great conversation with the chief investment officer of one of the large Canadian plans, and they talked about they're using a similar approach with leverage. Can you talk us through how this is really more about diversification, really, than it is about taking on extra risk? Because I think a lot of people think leverage, you're doubling up your risk or trading on margin, and that's not really what we're doing so much, or that's not the end goal. You just define it for us and walk us through it.
Yeah, definitely. And you're right, David. People are sensitive to the word leverage, and I don't blame them. There are organizations we know that have blown themselves up with leverage. You can go back to, call it 1997 with long-term capital management. Even before that, there were, counties that blew themselves up. Certainly banks have blown themselves up. I mean, leverage can be used to take on additional risk. But all leverage is not created equal. And certainly for us, the way that we're using leverage is actually intended to reduce risk and specifically reduce downside risk in the portfolio. And the reason that works, while it can be counterintuitive, the reason that works is that basically when you're going after 6.8% return, which is, we know what we're targeting now, right? If you're going after 6.8% return, in order to get to that, you have to own risky assets. Right. The only way you get to that is, again, by owning those assets that get a premium for bearing risk. If you only have 100% of the assets to expose, you have to own more of those risky assets in order to get to that 6.8. However, if you allow the portfolio to take leverage, and now you can own, instead of 100% in assets, you can own 105% in assets. What that means is that you can have a little bit less of the portfolio going after those sort of higher risk assets to get to that 6.8. And you can have a little more of the portfolio going into both lower risk assets, but then importantly, diversifying assets that tend to zig when the equity markets zag. And that allows you to actually get that 6.8 with a lower risk portfolio by owning 105% of the assets. Now, of course, you have to be able to manage liquidity. And there's been a lot of work that's been done by this organization, again, in the aftermath of the crisis, to really allow ourselves to have a good, strong central handle on what do we have what do we have, liquidity wise? How do we manage liquidity? What are the various ways we can get to liquidity if we were to have a liquidity stress? And, certainly we saw those. And, in March of 2020 with the COVID drawdown, when markets were really imploding, we actually saw our portfolio stay highly liquid, despite the fact that even some of the treasury markets were getting less liquid. So our ability to keep the portfolio liquid is really a critical part. And then the ability to have the operations to really manage the leverage is really a critical part. But if you have those capabilities, which we certainly believe we do, and we're going to continue to develop those capabilities, but if you have those, actually adding leverage to the strategic asset allocation actually was a risk reducer. And you can see that in the metrics of the portfolios that we presented in September and November, that the portfolios with leverage had actually slightly lower volatility. And then importantly, also had lower sort of drawdown properties. And by drawdown properties, I mean how much the portfolio comes down in those sort of worst scenarios. And the portfolios where we added leverage actually had better, lower risk properties. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, that was something that I had to grapple with to get my mind around, but totally makes sense. It's definitely something that when you looked at the candidate portfolios that were brought to the board, you could really see that leverage piece, lowered the potential volatility, lowered the likelihood of drawdowns, rather significantly. So good stuff there. I'm getting some input from folks that maybe there was feedback, so I've switched to headphones here. So hopefully if you were hearing some kind of like scratchy echo or something, hopefully it's improved a little bit. I want to bring Ann Simpson in the conversation now. So Ann will probably be a familiar face and familiar voice to many of you. She's really been at the forefront of CalPERS efforts of sustainability for a very long time, is really a player in the world stage on this, literally, as you'll see in a second. Ann, kind of the watchword that we're using right now is sustainability. Can you just quickly define, what do we mean by that? When we say sustainability efforts, what are we talking about there?
Well, thanks very much, David, and welcome to all our stakeholders today. It's always a great pleasure to have a chance to interact with you, as Marcie said. So sustainability really is a simple idea. It's the ability to continue. And if you're very long-term like CalPERS, it means that what we do today can't undermine what we need to do tomorrow. That long-term perspective is really why sustainability is so important. And as an investor, when you take that idea of the ability to continue, and we think about our fiduciary duty to make sure we're earning those investment returns, as Marcie said, 60 cents on every dollar, the sustainability of that contribution to our members' benefit is really the focus of what the investment team, and Dan and everyone in the investment office is focused on. Now that then poses the question, well, how do we focus on that long-term value creation for that 55 cents on every dollar for future generations, not for just tomorrow, the next quarter, or even the next economic cycle, for future generations? CalPERS investment beliefs have a very important insight. And we say in our investment beliefs that long-term value creation comes from us being able to effectively manage financial capital, of course, but also human capital. That means we're paying attention to the workforce, to the communities, to the supply lines. And if anyone needed a reminder of this, look at the impact of COVID. Look at the debate on diversity, equity, and inclusion and how important that is to performance. And the third form of capital we need to understand needs to be managed is physical capital. It's a sort of shorthand for environmental issues. Think about the impact of climate change, of drought, of what's happening with the impact on all sorts of sectors in the economy being affected now by climate change, but also in the transition that's needed to keep climate change under control. Think about the opportunities that lie in that as well. So when we're thinking about these three forms of capital as the root of our ability to be a sustainable investor, we don't just see this through the risk lens that Dan was talking about, we also see it as a great opportunity. And we're very focused on the research and the analytics and the work that is going to help us to deploy capital into those opportunities.
Thanks, Ann. Appreciate that. So we threw up a slide here. This is one we took from a recent report that you gave to the board, I believe in November. Very good, very detailed. Just kind of pulled out some of the high level things that we're focusing on. Can you take us through this and from a 10,000 foot view, what are we doing in each of these areas and how do they kind of fit together to achieve that sustainability?
No, thanks. These 6 icons show our priorities in our sustainable investment strategic plan, which our board approved back in 2016. And you can find a lot more detail about that. It was linked into our presentation yesterday. So the first thing to say, if you're looking on the left, this little Sherlock Holmes magnifying glass, this is our research agenda. It's our inquiry. We are not entering into this work as policymakers or as private citizens. We're investors. And we've wanted to make sure that everything we're doing is grounded in evidence. It's based on the economics. It's data, as Marcie always says, that must drive our approach. So what we did was commission 2 very big reviews of the academic literature through something called CIRI. We always smile at that. It's not the Apple phone robot that some people use, but it stands for the Sustainable Investment Research Initiative. And what that really showed us is where we needed to focus attention. What is it that matters whenever, wherever, and however we're allocating capital? Focusing on that need to generate risk-adjusted returns in perpetuity. So then moving to the next one, of course, the first problem we all face is the fact that we don't have reliable information on these topics around sustainability, on human capital, on physical capital. Sometimes these issues get called ESG, standing for environmental, social, and governance issues. And of course, information is the lifeblood of the market. If we are making estimates and guesstimates about what's going on any of these important topics, then we're not in a position to really exercise our fiduciary duty of prudence. So we made tackling the question of data and corporate reporting one of the priorities in our strategic plan. Now, some of this has been work that we've done under our own steam. Yesterday, Julia Jaskolska put forward the important new project that CalPERS is co-leading on private equity. And in private markets, partly the lack of regulatory oversight on these issues in the US, for example, means we don't have a body of reporting, but also the actual investment structure, the vehicle that we would typically use, the general partner and us being what's called a limited partner. And that protects us in various ways, having that limited partnership role. We have launched this private equity ESG data convergence project in order to start building out the standardized metrics and reporting from the underlying companies in private equity. So that's very innovative and it's very important. We already have 100 or more fellow LPs and also GPs joining that initiative. So we think it's going to have significant impact. The other area of work for us in this, of course, is what's happening with the regulators and the standard setters who are focusing on the public markets. And there we've worked long and hard with others to support the launch of the International Sustainability Standards Board. That's under the International Corporate Reporting Body, known for short as the IFRS. Now, 144 world markets use that reporting framework. However, not the United States. The United States has its own set of reporting with a lot of similarities. So the SEC in Washington, D.C. is responsible for putting forward the US reporting framework. And we're delighted to say that under Chair Clayton, there was progress on human capital reporting, which we're now expecting to be picked up with rulemaking consultation under Chair Gensler. And likewise, although the SEC since 2010 has had risk guidance reporting on climate change, we haven't had the reporting standards. So companies have been a bit bewildered about quite how to approach the reporting, and we've not seen a lot. So we're looking forward during this first quarter of 2022 in having an opportunity there. Now, climate change for us, as Marcie said at the beginning, is one of the top 3 risks that CalPERS has identified, along with investment returns and employer affordability. And yesterday we presented to the board a very detailed update on what our strategy for investment around climate risk and opportunity looks like. It's the advocacy piece, as we've just been explaining on the data and corporate reporting. It's also engagement with companies where we're able to show the impact that we're having through initiatives like Climate Action 100+, which CalPERS convened and co-founded, and now has 60 trillion base of investors targeting the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases in our portfolios around the world. And of course, the third piece is integration. How do we take our understanding of all of these opportunities and these risks and integrate them? And that part, this 3-part approach also informs our diversity and inclusion goal. Marlene Timberlake-Diadamo has now built out this wonderful new framework. And so the current focus on board diversity in our public companies, where we've been making great progress through the wonderful work of Suine Zima, whilst he was running the corporate governance program until recently, that work is also being supported through these three channels: engagement, advocacy, and integration. And then private equity, profit sharing, transparency. This is the governance piece which set the stage for our work, which I just mentioned, to gather in a broader range of ESG data, which will cover in private equity not just the governance information that this area focused on, but build it out into 6 new metrics, which include environmental metrics on greenhouse gas emissions and use of renewable energy, but also human capital management measures, net jobs created, diversity on the boards of the companies and the private market holdings that we have through our general partners, and also workplace safety, employee engagement, and as I said, net jobs created, which has always been a question on people's minds. And finally, manager expectations. Now, this really matters because it's where CalPERS really digs in deep on its internal processes. We set an ambitious goal of, say, 100% of our internal policies and procedures would reflect our understanding of sustainability, risk, and opportunity. So each of our asset classes has developed sustainable investment practice guidelines. These are publicly available, where you can see how our different asset classes are integrating these factors into their risk-aware and opportunity-conscious decisions on capital allocation. So they will obviously look different for fixed income, which is an actively managed strategy, to an index strategy like global equity, and then in private markets, different again between real assets and infrastructure, and of course private equity, where we've got this special new project just launched. So it's a tremendous amount of work. It involves the team right across the enterprise, not just the investment office, but our legal team, our legislative affairs division, our stakeholder relations team, and public affairs. And of course, this work reports into our chief executive's office. So it really shows at the highest level in CalPERS management that we have guidance, we have ambition, but just to echo Marcie, we also have humility. We know these topics are very challenging, they're very tough, and we've got to navigate a path which is going to better protect our ability to generate those risk-adjusted returns on behalf of our members. Thanks.
Thanks, Anne. So a lot of work there. I want to call out one of these that, the climate change one, the hottest item, no pun intended. But so I'm getting a couple of messages through the chat, and I'll probably get some more. So let me just read this one to you and ask you just to address it. So there's considerable evidence that fossil fuels are the primary driver behind the adverse effects of climate change that we are experiencing. Granted, CalPERS does not make policy, but many others benchmark on what CalPERS does. Given that the state of California is a world leader in fossil-free energy, how are CalPERS investments supporting the governor's strategy? And before you answer, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody messages in the exact opposite thing in a moment and says, I don't want CalPERS to be worrying about climate change at all. I want you to be worried about being as profitable as possible. So maybe if you can just try to tell us how we straddle these two radically different viewpoints, and what is CalPERS' orientation, and overall approach?
Yeah, no, thanks very much, for the stakeholder question on this. It's a really important topic. The first thing to say is this work is intended to focus on our investment goals. This is not a distraction. It underpins our fiduciary duty to be prudent, to act with care, to have loyalty to our members, to stay diversified. That's all in the California Constitution, and rightly so. In terms of the issue of fossil fuels, as you'll see and maybe somebody could put the link to the presentation into the chat so everybody's got the detail. The important thing to know about fossil fuels, I'm sure we all know this, right now the world economy is about 80% dependent on fossil fuels. And when we look at the emissions, there's, the first set of emissions come when, let's say, an oil company is drilling for oil. There are emissions. Then that's called Scope 1 emissions. The next is when that oil is refined to turn it into gasoline or other products that are used. That's Scope 2. It's all the electricity needed in the refining process. Think about that as a lot of emissions. But the biggest chunk of emissions come when an oil company sells their products and they're used by others. So when you turn on the lights at home or you get into your car and you're using electricity, or maybe you're still using gas or some combination, you're using those fossil fuel sources in your energy mix. And even when we invest in renewables energy like wind turbines, a wind turbine requires steel, it requires cement, it requires shipping in order to get that wind turbine out into the offshore position. So what we've done at CalPERS is say we're not just looking at the first round of emissions that the fossil fuel companies produce, we're looking at the emissions right through the portfolio. The other thing is, we know because of the economy's dependence on fossil fuel, what we're really talking about is an energy transition. And the way we consider that energy transition is going to take place is by companies making new plans, new strategies to get their business from where they are today to that net zero goal. So through working with other investors, particularly through Climate Action 100+, we identified the 100 or so companies responsible for the vast bulk of emissions in our portfolio, about 85%, a lot. So by focusing on these 100+ companies, we've done three things. We've said, first of all, the boards of these companies need to take responsibility for this new strategy that we're calling for. Secondly, we need these companies to set a target. If you don't set a target, then you don't know where you're trying to get to. And that target, we're saying, needs to be net zero emissions by 2050. And this really puts a number on what the Paris Agreement was all about. That's been reinforced in COP26. And then the third goal was to have these companies disclosing what's going on. We've backed that up now with a net zero company benchmark, which has 11 elements. They look at the emissions reduction, short, medium, and long. We're not just saying, let's hope 2050 all works out when we get there. We have an opportunity every year at every annual general meeting to vote on board members, to vote on auditors, to vote on share owner proposals. So we're doing an annual check-in. But in our benchmark, we're calling for these targets to be short, medium, and long term. The second thing is about the financials, back to the three forms of capital, the most important initial for an investment, the financial capital. So we're looking at how they're aligning their financial investments, known as CapEx, capital expenditure. And we've just added to that an accounting and audit element. So we can track how these plans are being reflected in the company's accounts and looking at how the auditors are fulfilling their responsibility to expect, that the accounts reflect a true and fair view of the company's condition. And we've also introduced a new indicator called the just transition. And this is a phrase taken directly from the Paris Agreement. It's in the preamble. So the close to 200 governments signed up for this back in 2015. But what we've done is working with the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, which is supported by important bodies like the Vatican, and based on the International Labour Organization guidelines on this, we've built a framework for assessing companies reporting out their strategy to make sure that the transition impact on the workforce and on vulnerable communities is being acknowledged, that there is consultation with the affected parties, and thirdly, that the plans reflect the feedback from that dialogue. So we know that we've got a lot more to do on this, but one of the messages, for us all to really take to heart is everyone has a role in getting this done. CalPERS has a role. We're a big investor. We need to protect our members' assets, and we need to protect those returns. But governments have a role, and that's why initiatives like the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the meetings known as COP26 just took place are so important, because governments have to set the country targets. And they also have to make sure we're not distorting markets through things like subsidies or, we want to see subsidies removed to fossil fuel companies. We also want carbon pricing to be brought in. We want mandatory climate risk reporting, and that's part of our data and corporate reporting priority, as you know. But then civil society has a role. Civil society is what gives government its legitimacy. Civil society reflects the people whose savings are being managed in the financial system. Stakeholders like the labour unions have a vitally important role. So do environmental groups, NGOs. That philosophy of partnership, of shared responsibility, really underpins our strategy. Now, the good news is we are having impact. Just on our engagement work, some of you will have seen yesterday, we showed the Bloomberg New Energy Finance calculation, which they did. We didn't do it, didn't ask them. They came up with this. They calculated in the middle of last year that the 111 companies where we've won net zero commitments, making good on that represents 25% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So about equivalent to the annual emissions of China. So this is not for the faint-hearted. These are huge impacts that we are driving for. The second thing that I think we were able to show in this as well is that the government targets that are being set through the Paris Agreement and now the Glasgow Pact, as it's being called. Think about only 5 or 6 years ago, the world was easily on track for global warming of about 3.6 degrees, on the road to catastrophe, according to the science. We came out of Glasgow at something between 2.4 to 1.8, depending on how well certain commitments get implemented. Now, that means we've still got a gap to close. When we get to 1.5, there's a lot more to do. And that unfinished business is what will be tackled at COP27. Now, the good news is the world's not waiting another 5 years to say, let's check in and see how it's all going. They're meeting next year again. And certainly, as fiduciaries on behalf of our members, we need to see the world governments stepping up, closing that gap to get us a credible and well-financed and reliable pathway to 1.5, which is the upper limit. And 2050 is the outer date for us to get all of this done. So I would say, out of COP, we got, what we say in Britain, half a loaf is better than none. So we have a half a loaf out of Glasgow, and we've got to get baking to get the rest put on the table. But CalPERS is very committed to this work with our investors, with the companies we work with our private equity GPs, and with our stakeholders, because we all have a role. Thanks, David.
Thanks, Anne. Only someone with your accent can get away with saying phrases like half a loaf. Well done. So you're very on brand there. We've made really good time. We're at 11:30, and we really committed to stakeholders to carve out time for them to be able to comment, to ask questions. We've heard a lot of material in a very short amount of time here. We heard from Marcie on the overall objectives of CalPERS, what we're looking at, what the challenges are, what we've done over the last 5 years. We heard about the work that we did on the asset liability management process and the lowering of the discount rate and what that means for costs going forward. We heard about our overall investment strategy. We talked about leverage. We talked about the challenges of a low yield environment. And now we've heard about sustainability and climate. So just all over the place on those sort of like the investment and overall system management of the house. So at this point, why don't we open it up for any questions? So if you have any questions that you want to ask or just feedback or information that you want to share with the CalPERS team. Again, we have board members here. We want to hear from you. I'll start it off and you can chat. You can type it in the chat if you prefer to do it that way, but you can also raise that virtual hand by going down to the reactions button and click raise hand. I'll start it off with a question that came in via email while we were talking there, and it has to do with the preliminary budget that we saw come out of the governor's office. And so, Michael Cohen, I mean, you used to do this job on the other end of this, so you're the perfect person to ask. I think the number was 3.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Can you just talk us through like what comes up next in the process here? Is that number somehow cemented, or is it wet cement, or is that just, talk at this point? And then what would we do with that, and who would it affect, and what would be the impact?
Sure. It's definitely nothing in the budget is set at this point. We still have months of deliberation between the governor and the legislature, plus a major update of all of the state's revenues will come in May when there's more information known about the income tax receipts. In particular, is kind of one of the more volatile components of the state budget. And, the money for the additional payment to the pension system is coming from a dedicated source of debt repayment funds that are really tied to the state's rainy day fund and the amount of capital gains the state receives, which is sort of the most volatile component of the state's revenues. So all that being said is we very much appreciate the governor's commitment to funding the pension system as a supplemental payment, but the exact amount is still going to be months away from being known. But $3.5 billion is a major commitment coming out of the January budget, and we appreciate that. We think the state's billions of dollars they've made additional payments over the last number of years have really paid off for the state and gotten the overall system's finances in a much more stable place. And Marcie talked about how we're now above 80%, and so. Assuming that we do get $3.5 billion, that'll continue to nudge the state's funded ratio upwards, which makes everything easier from a pension system standpoint. We don't have to worry about liquidity quite as much, although we're always watching it. It sort of gives us flexibility to move more funds into the private assets, as we've talked about, and it simply makes everyone's pensions more secure and more sustainable for the long term. And so that is a key component of the state strategy, is to sort of get up to above that 90% funded level towards 100% funded. And we're looking forward to working with the governor's office and the legislature over the coming months as that number gets solidified.
Thanks, Michael. And just if you could just drive this point home for us, like you mentioned that it does benefit holistically the entire system and makes us more liquid. It has advantages, but this particular money would be allocated straight up to, we're really looking at state of California employees, not just public employees in the state of California, but like the state. Is that correct?
Correct. So just like there's a different plan for each local government, the state has its particular pension plans for its employees and its retirees. And so what the state has done over the last number of years is make extra payments to those particular funds. Overall, the state, hasn't finalized the number, as I mentioned, nor is it finalized which particular plans the money will go into. But overall, if you think about the pension system as a whole, it will nudge the funded status up towards 1% in addition by making the supplemental payment. So it's very important to the overall fund, but obviously more important to those particular state funds and state retirees.
Thanks very much. Sorry, employers on the call. Sorry, local government employers. I was hoping to get a different answer there out of Mr. Cohen, but that's the long and the short of it there. Okay, so again, if you have any, if you want to participate in the conversation, let us know. I do see a familiar face and name popping onto the screen. JJ, go ahead.
There, I just unmuted. I have both a statement and a question. But the statement is, I appreciate the desirability of private equity because of its historical high returns, although they have been declining. But I also think it's important for people to look at whether you're getting paid for the risk. And if you run a Sharpe ratio or an information ratio using the CalPERS market assumptions, it says you're not getting paid for the risk. So I think we really need to think about, is that the area we want to expand in? So that was my statement. My question is, Marcie, is there anything you can tell us about the new CIO?
Thanks, JJ. I wish I had more that I could tell you right now. I really don't. We will, as soon as I can get information out to the stakeholders, what we've been trying to do is once our board is fully informed, the next group that gets informed is the stakeholder community. So I'm hoping, to be able to share more information with you within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Marcie. I'm checking my emails here for messages, not seeing anything right now. The floor is open. I would just say, other than like healthcare issues, we'll reserve that for the afternoon when we have the healthcare team all available. But any comments or questions for the leadership team of CalPERS, anything that you want to put out there or questions you'd like to ask, please go ahead and signal, and we'll get you unmuted and give you a voice.
Hey, David, while we're doing that, maybe I'll just comment quickly on private equity. And I think depending on the capital market assumptions that are used, ours use modeled risk, which is basically a mathematically derived set of risk. Some of the capital market assumptions, use that. And so one thing that's important is whether you use modeled risk or realized risk, those will give you very different risk numbers. I'll also say that just risk and just return per unit of risk is one metric of the usefulness of something in a portfolio. But when you load it into the optimizer, there's a lot of other things. And I will say that wherever we cap out private equity, the optimizer has an appetite for more and more private equity. And it has to do with both the returns, but also the returns per unit of risk, and then also how those risks co-vary against the other risks in the portfolio. And that really has to do with our appetite for private equity.
If I may, real estate will always move to the cap as well on the optimizer.
Great.
Correct, which is definitely why we're increasing allocations to both, and private debt also.
Okay, so I have a question while a few more hopefully come in. I have a question back to Ann Simpson. I want to talk about climate change some more. Okay, sorry. What do we think? I mean, let's say that if you're at a party and someone asks you point blank, you know what, we're never going to get Exxon or whomever to totally get rid of like their carbon emissions and all of this. Like, at what point does CalPERS just divest? Like, what point do you think that is appropriate? I know that it's not our main strategy, but just interested in your thinking on that, because there's a lot of folks we've heard this loudly in board meetings. I know at CalSTRS they get it even more, but just big calls for just divestment to send a message and to just extricate ourselves from it entirely. I mean, what's our thinking on that?
No, thanks for the question, and it's a good question. But the starting point is we own these companies. Now we're diversified. Thank you, California Constitution. Thank you. Good investment strategy has it diversified. So we can't on our own just move in, for example, and change the board of directors and call on the company to change its strategy. We have to work with others. We have to understand we own these companies and work with others to bring the changes forward that we think are needed. And this was really the logic behind us working very closely with our sister fund, CalSTRS, and the whole community of Climate Action 100+ to bring 3 new directors onto the board of Exxon, which also sadly meant 3 long-standing and two long-standing, 1 great new director had to disappear, had to retire, had to go. That demonstrates that the last resort of an investor is not to walk away, to wash their hands of something. The last resort is to replace the board. These board directors are there to act as fiduciaries on our behalf as the shareholders of the company. It was very clear at Exxon, which I think was rightly seen very big, but also a laggard on all of the climate change agenda, did not have a single director on the board with energy sector experience. So this idea of the climate competent board, making sure we have people with the independence, the competence, and the diversity to make sure there is good strategic review of what management is planning. That's step one. And obviously, it's very early days at Exxon, but you will have seen there's a bit of an about turn for the chief executive who said he would not be in a beauty parade comparing net zero targets. Well, now we have a net zero target. However, it only relates to, as I was explaining earlier, scope 1 and scope 2. So the next part of this agenda is getting Exxon to set targets that include those scope 3 emissions. And in fact, and many thanks to Samisa and Zima again for this, we filed a proposal at CalPERS at Exxon calling on the company to report on its scope 3 emissions. This is the 80% of emissions which are distributed through all the customers that use their products, you know, the utilities, the transport companies, agriculture, you know, using fossil fuels for fertilizer. I mean, plastic. Fossil fuels show up in a lot of places other than in, you know, the gas tank of your motorbike. Every time you flip on the switch, they'll, you know, at the moment, we don't have 100% ability to generate renewable energy. So the last resort is change at the board. Now, we've got much more to do on this. So the other problem, I think, in the divestment argument, and I do understand it, and I think CalPERS understands when there is an industry where we don't see the potential for transition. I mean, obviously, tobacco is a good example. You know, tobacco is not essential to the world economy. But also, I think it reflects the way that we responded to the legislation in California around thermal coal. You know, the transition has to be made. And if we sell our shares in the source of the fossil fuels, if you like, the supply side, doesn't mean the demand side has changed. It might make us, you know, look good for 10 minutes in a headline, but it would ultimately be leaving us still exposed to the risks of global warming. And here's why. When we sell our shares, someone else buys them. They don't disappear in a puff of smoke. So the company, if you like, has been probably delighted that an investor like CalPERS has moved off, and they're not under that pressure to transition to net zero. But we are still, even if we dispose of that holding, we own the 80% of emissions across the rest of the portfolio. We've lost the opportunity to drive change. And thirdly, we're still exposed to the impact of those emissions because they will continue. So, you know, we have to be prudent and we have to be focused on impact. And right now, divestment doesn't tick the box. It doesn't meet those tests for us on our strategy.
Thank you, Anne. Appreciate that. That's good. It's such a, you know, it's again, it's like not until you would think, yes, the right thing to do would be the divestment. Like that is counterproductive to the end goal, and would just simply delight the company from whom we divested. So it's very good.
I think they'd pop a cork.
Yeah. They'd have the whole loaf. So we do have a couple more questions that have come in. Apologies, I do not know this person's name. I believe it's Saris Folsom. So go ahead. Go ahead and unmute. It's such a, you know, I'm sorry, you're back on mute again.
I'm sorry, I have multiple windows open and something's happened. Can you swing back to me?
Yes, no problem. Larry Woodson, go ahead.
Okay, good morning. Larry Woodson, California State Retirees Health Benefits Committee Chair. I guess this would be for Dan. There's been some discussion about private equity, and this is a kind of tangential. I've raised this in the past, and that has to do with private equity firms buying up healthcare practices, providers, nursing homes, ambulatory care centers, emergency room practices, and the list goes on. Their sole purpose really is profit, because it's a highly profitable industry, healthcare. Costs are not going down under these PE managed entities, and in many cases, quality is going down, and access. And the board has heard actually from a place back east where a hospital staff were laid off, and on and on. I've been trying to look through the list of thousands of investments that CalPERS is invested in to try to identify firms that are known investors in buying up healthcare. And Apollo, KKR, Carlyle are among them, but it's their subsidiary companies. So my question is, Dan, has there been any conversation? Well, my first question is there any easy way for me to identify those firms? Because I haven't been successful in doing that. And then the second question is, has there been conversation between you and the health team, Don and others, about the ramifications of investing in these kinds of firms? It's kind of a rob Peter to pay Paul, in my opinion, and it's a very big issue, and there'll be, actually, it's going to be more. This afternoon, I'll probably be hitting on a similar issue with another program that's been recently implemented. So, you have any insight or any thoughts in response, Dan?
Sure, Larry. Happy to. Thanks for the question. So the first part of your question, is there an easy way to identify? It is challenging, and I say that because it's all about the company name and the like. And so we certainly have ways when we go into our database that we, try to identify various things. But even with that, even with our, technologies and the like, it is difficult because naming conventions are inconsistent. So if there's something we can help with, we're happy to help, but it admittedly is difficult based on company name. The second question, part of your question, I think, had to do with, sort of discussions in our organization, and the answer to that is yes. I mean, certainly, we meet every morning. Marcie has a huddle that gets together every morning that both Don and I attend. We've talked about, legislative topics. We've talked about several topics because, to your point, CalPERS is and we talked about this earlier. CalPERS is a highly complex organization. We have a health side, and that has its own set of sort of ambitions and goals. We certainly have an investment side, and to your point, profits by companies are by definition profits to CalPERS, and that's very important. That's what helps fund the system. But we weigh all of those in when we look at these topics, and as I say, the complexities are significant, but I can assure you that lots of discussions are happening on these across the organization to figure out sort of postures to take.
I guess my last question, and I maybe this is rhetorical, but have you ever identified a company in this category that you've said, well, maybe we'll pass on investing even though they have good returns?
Well, one of the challenges, first of all, is that we invest in a partnership structure, right? So we take our money and we commit to the partnership, and then we don't make the actual investment decision. The partner then makes the investment decision. We are, removed from it based on structure. But then the second part of that is, as I say, that it's about the overall return for the organization. Ours, we heard this in the fiduciary training yesterday, ours is a fiduciary responsibility, and so we have to be focused there. But, the health side of it, to the extent that that also has a, fiduciary implication, that's part of the calculus too. And so it's all gets weighed in. But as far as the actual investment decision in an underlying company, as I say, that's done by the general partners. What we do is commit to the fund.
All right, I get it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, let's try again. And I'm going to try this name again. Is it Saoirse Folsom? Go ahead.
It's actually Saoirse Folsom. That's okay. It's a Gaelic name.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the traditional language of Ireland before the English conquered it.
Very good. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, so my comment really is, it's sort of a shift in gears. David, you had spoken earlier about, someone called in and said, well, we want to do divestment in fossil fuels, but you wouldn't be surprised if later somebody says, no, I don't want you to divest in fossil fuels. But what I'd like to actually say here is that I think that that's a bit of a false dichotomy. As we're moving forward, we're finding, when you look at the numbers, that a lot of these fossil fuel investments are becoming riskier and riskier. There's kind of an interesting study that came out recently from BlackRock that says that divestment from fossil fuels actually results in higher or same returns as not divesting. And I just wanted to kind of put it back on Dan to answer this question. Moving forward, looking at fossil fuels in the future, looking at them as, some more risky investments. What do you see moving forward on that in terms of, starting to shift away?
Yeah, so Anne, referred to part of this, and I will say that, the world's economy in a lot of ways runs on fossil fuels, and that's one of our challenges is figuring out how we transition over a very long time and transition the portfolio. And I will say that energy was the highest returning sector in the S&P during, calendar year 2021. So had we divested, we would have missed out on a lot of that return. And certainly, we need to achieve returns in the portfolio. But figuring how we look at, both retrospective returns, but more importantly at prospective returns and how we balance those risks. Now, ours is a largely indexed portfolio on the public equity side, which means that, that's grounded in the belief that markets will bring, looking at forward-looking factors, markets will bring prices to a sort of an equilibrium based on what the aggregate of all investors believe something's worth. Us, with our part, that's one of the reasons why Anne referred to it. We believe that by engaging is our better way to keep a seat at the table and help these companies do the transition. We think it actually increases the pie for all investors, including ourselves. And we think the best way to do that there is to stay invested and engage.
What do you say to some of the critics that say, hey, engagement isn't fast enough? There's been some reference here. We saw the presentation yesterday, at least I did, about looking at 2050 net zero. That number has now been touted as unlikely to hit our targets if we keep going the way we're going. I mean, if we continue to invest in the very thing that is going to ultimately hurt or harm the fund, what good is that for us?
I wish there were a perfect answer. I guess one of the challenges is that, when you ask what I would say to the critics, I guess I would point to several of the academic papers that say divestment is completely ineffective. We don't think that divestment works in moving the needle. We actually think that staying invested and engaging works better to move the needle. Now, it doesn't happen as fast as we would like it to. And I can tell you that, Anne and I and Marcie and, many of us are putting our heads together to figure out how we try to make it happen more effectively and more efficiently, more quickly. But it's a slow transition. I mean, that's why things are like net zero by 2050, right? That's, almost 30 years away. But I will say that yes, we share the frustration around how slowly it happens, but I do continue to believe, and again, based on academic studies, based on our experience, that engagement is a much more effective strategy than divestment.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks for the questions and comments there as well. We're running up against the time here, and we want to try to stick with our agenda. One more question, then I think we need to go to public comment. I think we still have a caller who's waited patiently this whole time. So, James McRitchie, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I was away for an hour or so, but when I got back on, I saw open discussion, so now's my chance. So one of the things I'd like to advance at CalPERS is to move to instant runoff voting. I raised this issue about 20 years ago, and instead of going to instant runoff voting, we moved to requiring a runoff where one candidate didn't get a majority vote. So instant runoff voting, back then it was estimated that it could save about $1 million for at-large candidate positions where more than 2 people were running. So $1 million, and I'm sure that that's probably gone up now. Secondly, it provides for less contentious elections because each candidate wants to appeal to the second choice candidate of other candidates. Another thing is that it leads to more candidates because you don't have to hesitate to file even though you know somebody else who's running has more or less similar positions that you do. You're not a spoiler to that person. So anyway, I look at this as CalPERS potentially providing not just that this will work good at CalPERS, but it will also provide an example to other jurisdictions in government and also eventually to corporations as far as contests there. So do I need to file a rulemaking petition at CalPERS? Is this something that the board would be willing to take up without such a petition, or, how do I go about this?
Well, Mr. McRitchie, thanks for that comment. It's interesting, and I know that we do have staff on the call that oversee our elections. I know that this would be sort of like a longer term change. So let us take this back. And I know I have your email. We connected yesterday briefly. Let us, take this back and mull this over and see what that might entail, and then we can kind of have that conversation from there. Okay.
Great. And I worked with people at the League of Women Voters and other, so if the board wants a presentation, happy to do that. So
appreciate that. Okay, we're approaching the noon hour here. Let's try again for this public comment thing. So indulge me here for a second. We'll try to connect with the webcast. Again, there's a short time delay, so we may sit in silence. So stretch your legs and we'll give this a shot. And then I want to make sure that you guys have a chance too. So Kelly Fox, if you can hear me, we're ready to take public comment if you have a caller on the line. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything here. I'm thinking that it's a tech problem, so big apologies there. We'll try to get this fixed. Maybe we can work
David,
with
are you there?
Yes, there you are. Yes. Go ahead.
Well, I'm on the Zoom now.
Okay.
So we're having difficulty with our call-in studio. We have had a caller. We'll let him know that we are disconnected. He has chosen not to participate in the Zoom. Okay. So we're trying to make this work with him.
Okay.
So we'll reconnect and we'll take the break now. So we'll have no public comment at this point.
Okay. We may have to do holding a phone up to a microphone situation here, but we'll try to do whatever we can. So thanks, Kelly. Okay. Any public comment from folks with any stakeholders in the Zoom wish to offer public comment at this time?
Is there any chance you could leave the chat up while we're on break?
Sure. Yeah, I got a question coming in here. Okay. All right. So thanks all. Let's go ahead and pause now for a break. We're scheduled to come back at 12:45. So a good amount of time there. Please join us again for the afternoon session. We're going to start off talking about our customer service and pension administration side. We're going to really focus away from the money and more into the actual application of operations and rules. And then we'll talk about healthcare to close it all out. So hope we can see you again in the afternoon. Thank you all. See you at 12:45. let's go ahead and get started. Thank you all for returning. I hope you enjoyed the first half of the stakeholder forum. Good, vibrant conversation there. Really appreciate the input and the exchange. Just want to take a look at our callers right now. We had a kind of a situation during the lunch where our public commenter was able to get bridged over right after we had closed out, unfortunately. Not seeing him there. Let's check in with Kelly Fox, though.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, very good. Okay, so again, bear with us, folks. We do want to offer public comment to folks that are doing that. So go ahead, caller. You have 3 minutes to provide your comments to the CalPERS board. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Wissam Al-Tuwaiji, and I called before in November requesting a comparison between the Medicare premium prices that PERS providing to the market. On the market, most of the plans are zero, and the PPOs is less than $150. If you combine them with the prescription, it's still around $200, which is much less than what CalPERS is requesting. I requested a call back at that meeting, and I didn't get a call back. And so I can discuss it, and maybe you can convince me that your premium and the plan is reasonable compared to the market. I would like to ask the board that all of them be, as a custodian of the fund, to be aware of this thing and investigate it. I requested a comparison. I mean, this is in the strategic plan or whatever you want, compare it to the market. Federal government, Medicare, agreed with the certain provider to provide their prices and uniform plans and whatever. And if you can compare it and to tell us what the advantage of the $380 Medicare CalPERS plan, PPO, compared to the market, or even any other plan that like United Health Care or any other plan. So I requested that. I requested the meeting. The board promised me that somebody will get back to me. Nobody got back to me. And there was a statement by Marcie that I've been already contacted. That was a year ago before the new plans were in effect, the platinum and the gold. And I discussed it with them. They had no clue about the market prices. And they didn't even know that there was a change in the plan from the previous 3 plans to the 2 plans. So I'm really upset that the board is not interested in finding a cheaper plans, if there are cheaper plans, or at least investigate it and say, okay, we checked it, there is nothing. I still want somebody to call me. I have a lot of information on it. I checked with a lot of the providers on the market, and a lot of my friends, retirees, switched from CalPERS to the market, and they are happy with it and so forth. So I think at this point it's important to know that the board need to take action on it and request a comparison. I don't think there is anything wrong with requesting a comparison. If you guys are not going to be in contact with me and not provide me with this information, I mean, I have to elevate it. I probably have to call the governor or somebody to investigate that. All what I'm trying to do is save CalPERS and save the CalPERS member money. If you are subsidizing something else, be transparent about it. Say, okay, this is, we are doing it high.
Caller, your 3 minutes have passed. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. And Kelly, if you wouldn't mind capturing his phone number, and then the right person can connect later. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay.
All right.
David, you're muted.
You're muted.
All right. So I have got like double clicky finger here where I am telling you, I am clicking that thing and it looks good, and then it disappears. So apologies for that. So let's go ahead and move into the second half of our agenda. So we've talked so far about the money. We've talked about investment decisions. We've talked about the overall high-level operations of the system as a whole. Now let's sort of like zero in on operational issues, customer service issues, really the interface between the members and employers. And the best person to do that for us, and I'd like to invite to the front here, is Anthony Suine. Anthony is our Deputy Executive Officer over Customer Services and Support. He's been with CalPERS for a very long time. He has worked his way up from the bottom all the way through the ranks into a leadership position, and he's worked in every aspect of this business. So he's going to be the ideal person to talk to about this. Coming through, I'm getting some feedback here. Okay, so let's go ahead and advance the slide here. And Anthony, are you there? I'm not actually seeing you.
I'm here, David.
Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, so Anthony, as I said, you kind of work at that intersection between, the members out there, both active members, retired members, and employers. Anything that doesn't have to do specifically with the investments and the actuarial piece, like that's under your purview. And so you've got a lot of responsibility, and at some point, every member of the system passes through your shop in one way or another. So we'd just love to get your perspective on the overall member life cycle. If you could just kind of walk us through, the main stages that members go through on their journey. And if you could highlight, 2 or 3 things that, you're like, if members just understood this, man, it would be so much better for them. Things would go so much smoother. And man, I've heard if we could just be granted some wishes, this would make it so much better for the members or for the employers. Just walk us through that.
Sure thing, David. Thanks for the intro, and thanks for not covering my student assistant time and how long I actually was in college to keep my job here at CalPERS as a student. So, and welcome to all the stakeholders. Happy to be here with you today and share some information with you. So, you covered it, David. I mean, everywhere from enrollment into membership into a member's death, we're handling it here in our customer services and support team. So, we aren't actuaries, but we do have a large part in the cost and payments of pension and collecting that data. So I'll mention this, that, payroll data is really the lifeblood of the pension process, and bringing in those member contributions and posting compensation and service credit data is the basis of every member's retirement. So that's kind of that mid-career and everything that's going into that end state of retirement. If I could have one wish for all members, is the best way for them to track their data as a new employee is to get access to the critical resource, which is establishing their own CalPERS account. So their own member self-service account. And for members to do this, we have a how to register for a CalPERS account on our website, and makes it easy for them to gain access to their account. Hopefully David can post that in the chat here, and our stakeholder community can share that with their memberships to whether they're active or retired. This online account really comes in handy. It helps us exchange information with our groups a lot sooner, and helps them submit data to us more effectively and efficiently. So that online access really provides a gateway for our new and existing members with information that will help them throughout their CalPERS career, not only on the pension side, but also on the health benefits side. And while you've talked about earlier, retirement can be complex, CalPERS can be complex, establishing a CalPERS account will help a member navigate this complex journey. Later in the career, it makes estimating their retirements and applying for retirement money much easier. But even earlier in the careers, it can provide a gateway to not only tracking service credit, but also for things like changing addresses, updating a beneficiary, purchasing additional service credit, asking us questions through a secure interface, and even registering for educational event opportunities throughout their life cycle. So I encourage our employer and stakeholder groups to get their employees and members on board with their online account.
Very good, thank you. What about, as people go into retirement, I mean, for one thing, like, what is this, like right now today with COVID and all of this, if someone does want to retire or start that process, what do you recommend? What's the best way to do that right now?
Really utilizing, again, the online resources. Make sure you're getting an estimate. Make sure you're, projecting what works best for you into retirement, and then submitting that information online, right? Starting your retirement process online. I think we have, during the pandemic, we've got up to 70% at one point of all our retirements submitted online. So it was kind of that forced marketing effort. We didn't have to put a lot of effort or money into marketing. The pandemic kind of drove everybody to those online resources, and I think they found it very positive and easy to use.
Yeah, if there is a silver lining to COVID, that's it for us.
Exactly.
It did accelerate that, I think. Why don't we go to the next slide here, Josh? So, Anthony, can you kind of talk us through the things that your shop is working on right now? Implementation of legislation kind of stands out, but just what we're doing with the contact center, what's the status of our big outreach events that are so important to members? Just kind of give us the lay of the land right now.
Yeah, so as everybody is aware, probably, our regional offices across the state have been closed for the last 2 years. But our team did quickly pivot to provide virtual services to both our member and employer communities. So our employer educational opportunities have been delivered via webinars and virtual training sessions or meetings. And then our employer contact center representatives over the phone have been assisting our employers throughout the pandemic. So whether that was virtually or on the phone, face-to-face, from those virtual settings, we've been taking care of our employers. I also just wanted to mention on the employer side, right, the employer is critical in submitting that timely and accurate payroll data I mentioned. They help us keep our members informed. We know they're the first point of contact, so the employers being knowledgeable about the benefits and the specifics of their contract is really important. And a lot of our workshops with our employers handle that. And then we also offer, we offer your benefits and payroll staff training on the CalPERS system, how to enroll and submit people into membership, how to submit that payroll. And then we have put a plug in for our dialogues we do across the state. And we also, led by David and team, pivoted those to virtual as well. So those are called our employer leadership dialogues. And those are for like the senior leaders throughout your organization to learn about hot topics that are affecting CalPERS' administration. And then we have our webinars and educational forums. Those webinars are to gain insight on key issues, whether that be on the financial side and asset liability management, or more program specific, like disability retirement, survivor benefits, working after retirement, Social Security Administration. We have webinars on all those topics, and then obviously our annual education forum. So, with that, I wanted to talk a little bit about, for our members, and they have greatly utilized, as we mentioned, our online services to submit data and used our virtual counseling sessions. So those virtual counseling sessions, we started those virtually over the phone. And over the last 5 to 6 months, we really transitioned to another medium, which is video appointments. And those have increased to over 20% of the approximate 5,000 appointments that we hold monthly with our members. So access to these counseling appointments through any of these mediums can be reserved through a member's online My CalPERS account. Or if they don't have access, they can call the contact center and make an appointment to get counseled via the phone or one of those video appointments. So as far as our regional offices go, David, our intent is to open the offices across the state in alignment with our team members returning to the office. So we do have a tentative return to office date for our team members in February, but we continue to monitor this situation across the state, and that target date could change, I believe, as Marcie shared with you earlier. So for those reasons, because things can still change, we don't intend to market our regional office openings right away. We want to get in the office, get our teams in the office, get settled, and then we'll do a broader communication on our opening and how to make those in-office appointments. But regardless of opening date, I want to make the message clear that making an appointment for an in-office visit for our members will be critical, right? Walk-ins will be adequately triaged to take paperwork, maybe answer a question, but appointments for our what can be 30 to 60-minute counseling sessions will have to be done by appointment. And if there's a walk-in, we will have our triage team schedule that member for return to the office or to participate in a virtual session. But overall, our regional offices are committed to meeting the members' needs regardless, and the satisfaction with our services has been extremely high. And I do want to put a plug in for our contact center, right? For those immediate needs for our members and employers. We're fully prepared to respond to member and employer inquiries. You know, we handle nearly 90% of all calls on first contact. So only 10% of those calls have to go back to a program area for further review and callback.
Very good, thank you. I just want to give a shout out and a thank you to you and to all your team members that have been working through this pandemic and with just keeping the shop running. Everybody who's wanted to retire has been able to. Everybody who's had questions has been serviced. And while it's not the same, and I know that there's people that really want that face-to-face contact, I get that. But I just want to thank you and the team for really moving heaven and earth to translate from what was almost entirely an in-person business to the next day, a telework business. And so I know it's been a challenge. I know, speaking for myself as an employee, it is difficult not quite knowing what the future will be in terms of your commute and where you're going to work and like the modality of how you're going to work. So thank you so much to everybody.
Yeah, all credit to the teams and to our IT teams for facilitating that transition.
Okay, so Anthony, let's talk about the two pieces of legislation that were recently passed into law. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they have been implemented. They are operative right now, and that's SB 278 and SB 411. So the 278 is the disallowed compensation bill. This one kind of went through some different iterations over time. It was, I think, a 2-year bill. So what's the scenario in which this comes into play, and what changed from the past here?
All right. So, I mean, besides all those delivery methods that you talked about, David, that we pivoted to, these two recent legislation changes are probably the most impactful to our members, employers, and stakeholders. The first being 278, SB 278, as you mentioned, which made a change to how we treat overpayments and retirement allowance adjustments when compensation is disallowed after a member formally retires. There's a lot of details on this bill and what was included in the legislation and the administrative impacts to employers. And anyone can reference our circular letter we have on this topic. So a circular letter is our main form of communication with our employers. There's a link that I think David will share in the chat here, where anybody can link and get more information on this SB 278. But I'm going to summarize it, but I want people to have access to that if they want any details or how it'll work.
We posted that a moment ago, guys. There's been a few chats coming in, so it got bumped up. If you scroll up, you can see the SB 278 circular letter.
Great.
Go ahead.
So SB 278 makes employers liable for the members' overpayment and a penalty related to the ongoing reduced amount for the member's retirement allowance. And these employer liabilities are strictly for when the compensation was agreed to in an MOU or labor agreement, yet later found to be disallowed by CalPERS and has an impact to a member's retirement. So internally, we're working through how to complete the process on these cases since this legislation just recently passed. So, how it will work is that there'll be letters to the member and employer on the disallowed compensation. The overpayment amount to be covered by the employer will be included in that letter. And then we'll have an actuarially calculated amount for the penalty. And that penalty will include an amount that is due to the member and then to CalPERS. So the penalty is 20% of the amount, and then 90% of that 20% goes to the member to cover kind of their long-term reduction. And then 10% goes to CalPERS for administrative type of fees to handle that. So in the past, the member would be responsible for up to 3 years of that overpayment, and also would just be stuck with that ongoing reduction with no compensation for that reduction. So they may have retired under these false pretenses and have no way to get that money back. I've mentioned in the past that SB 278 does not cover all types of errors that can create an overpayment for a member's retirement. The majority of adjustments we do to retirements are a result of additional payroll data being reported by the employer. In most cases, that increases the allowance because it's more service credit coming in or a higher pay rate for another month that will adjust the member's allowance up. But at times, it can result in a downward adjustment. Maybe the amount of sick leave that was estimated at retirement has changed, right? They used some up in the time that it was estimated. Maybe the member had a non-paid leave that wasn't accounted for in that period, so service credit has to be backed out, or pay rates need to be adjusted that were erroneously reported. So those could affect the final compensation period, and those type of reductions are not covered by SB 278, as well as misreported or errors that occur in a employer's payroll reporting. That may be discovered well after retirement, maybe through an employer's own review, maybe through an audit of ourselves. So these exceptions are called out in that circular letter and are listed in there if anybody has questions. And then just as a reminder, right, our teams are available to assist in reviewing reportable compensation that is included in these labor agreements or MOUs. So that will limit these situations from occurring. And you can email those type of questions to an MOU_review@calpers.ca.gov email box, right? And we're more than happy to review those before you commit to them to prevent these SB 278 issues from occurring. And I think we'll post that into the chat box. And then, sometimes we have these urgent reviews, like, the employer or a labor group needs immediate assistance. We're going into a board meeting tonight.
Right.
How could we get assistance And we do have an emergency response team that can handle an employer response team that can handle these emergencies. And that can also be posted in the chat box, ert@calpers.ca.gov.
Thanks, Anthony. So if I could summarize, and just correct me if I'm wrong here, but with 278, in the past, if it was a qualifying disallowed compensation event, the member would have paid back the overpayment that they had received. He would have counted that all up, and that could be, whatever that dollar amount is. They would have had to pay that back, and they would have had their future pension reduced commensurately as well. Now, the employer pays back the overpayment, so the member doesn't have an out-of-pocket like big bill that comes. And we kind of do like an actuarial calculation of what the future value of that overpayment, or the pension minus the overpayment, or however you want to frame that. We calculate that out, and they get 90% of 20% of that paid to them in a lump sum. So, but then at the end of the day, the future pension amount is reduced. Though the monthly benefit is still reduced. Okay,
correct.
So very good. Yeah, a lot of moving pieces in that one. And I know we talked about this one with stakeholders for I would say probably 2 years, and it probably changed along the way significantly. So just wanted to make sure we had the key kind of like elements in place there. And also very cool that we got the MOU review process. That just seems like a good best practice to avoid this. Let's just avoid this whole mess, that's the best cure.
That's the goal.
Okay. I do see a raised hand. If you don't mind, we'll kind of break from our plan. Like Tim Barons, go ahead.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Anthony, and your team for your great customer service.
Thanks, Tim.
Question about SB 278. Does it include retired annuitants?
No, it does not.
Okay, well, as David said, we've been discussing this for over 2 years. Is there any movement in the future to cover retired annuitants?
So thanks for the segue into SB 411. I know there's at least one more hand up I can see on my screen, but let me go into SB 411 for a minute, and then we'll take any questions. So SB 411 probably doesn't resolve, I know some of Tim's concerns, and it doesn't resolve all of them, but SB 411 did make a minor change in our working after retirement laws. But that minor change still allows our program areas to greater streamline the administrative process for handling retirees with inadvertent violations of the working after retirement rules. So, we did some compliance reviews on our retired annuitant population shortly before we entered the pandemic. We found many cases where retirees had inadvertently violated the working after retirement rules. And while SB 411 still requires these retirees in violation to reimburse the system for any retirement allowance received during the time of violations, it doesn't require the mandatory reinstatement, which may result in additional penalties related to larger periods of reimbursement that are even outside of the violation period, or loss of cost of living adjustments, which can be avoided in these type of cases. And it also reduces the burden on our members to go through legal proceedings to try and resolve this. So while it wasn't a broad stroke of putting an employer burden on the retired annuitant situation, it does reduce the consequence on these, inadvertent violations of our working after retirement laws.
Great, thank you. Stacey Beal, go ahead.
Hello, I just want to be clear because you said something about that SB 278 not applying to retirees. So if we've had a person who's retired from our agency and was already collecting their pension for a few years, and then we were audited on an item and it was, later determined by CalPERS that certain compensation wasn't reportable. And this particular retiree did receive that compensation and had their pension affected. So can you clarify or give me some clarity? Because
Sorry, Stacy. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But what Tim was talking about was retired annuitants and them, the retired annuitants working under our retired annuitant laws. And is the employer responsible for violations with the retired annuitant? It doesn't cover that, but it solely covers those individuals who have already retired with compensation that is later found to be disallowed. So exactly what you described is what SB 278 does cover. It covers retirees that are found later after retirement. There's an MOU that agreed to this compensation that would be included in their pensionable income. Yet once CalPERS had a chance to review it, they found that it didn't comply with the laws and regulations for reportable compensation. So you have the right understanding. We were talking about two different things there with the retiree kind of umbrella.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Anthony. We're running short on time, Anthony. Can you really quickly talk about data integrity? Because I want to make sure that we do get an opportunity to talk about the next topic. Next slide.
Sure. Just quickly on this, I want to stress that we want to shift the focus to identifying issues that manifest themselves at retirement, but find them earlier in the member's life cycle. So that it's a combination of, us shifting our resources and the employer being more accountable on the front end, when that payroll is submitted, identifying those edits and audits that will help make that data more pristine on the front end coming in. And you say, yeah, no problem, review the data sooner. Why is that so hard? Well, we get 3,000 retirements a month. We get 70,000 estimates a month. So we really have to weed through those estimates. We don't have the bandwidth to review payroll on all 70,000 estimates that come through. So we have to refine our practices, make sure that we're identifying those ones that are closer to retirement, that would violate the retirement rules. And so we're working on streamlining those processes, and that's a goal for us to catch these much sooner.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, let's move on to our next topic that I know that you wanted to highlight. Josh, if you can advance the slide. So I know that the issue of sort of compliance around disability retirements is going to come a little bit more to the front burner for us. So the situation here is kind of somebody is already taking a disability retirement, and then they want to re-enter the workforce in some manner or fashion. And there's a couple different situations or scenarios that would kind of alter what which government codes speak to it. So Anthony, can you tell us about, what we're going to be communicating out and what's coming up in 2022 in this space?
Thanks for letting me elaborate on this subject a little bit. David, we have two types of disabilities for CalPERS members. We have an industrial disability retirement, which is reserved for our safety classifications primarily. And then we have an ordinary disability that's typically for our miscellaneous or non-safety classifications. And we could do a whole workshop on determinations, requirements, calculations, processes, etc. But I want to focus on what happens when an individual is already disability retired and has a desire for post-retirement employment and what limitations exist. So there's really three government codes that rule over these. So the first one is 21233. And this is more of an overarching rule. It works in alignment with our working after retirement rules of 960 hours, pay rate. So I'm a disability retiree. I want to go back and work under those restrictions of 960 hours, right pay rate, no additional benefits, limited duration. I can do so as long as that position and the duties are not the same as those that I disability retired from. So while this is new legislation, it was just clarifying what we would assume is common sense, right? I can't disability retire from a job and then go to that same job. Even the reason position is in there, because I can't, take the same position and all of a sudden my duties are modified accordingly to just do some, but not the others that I was disabled from. So that's one overarching rule where we find people in violation. They're performing the same job they did for their disability, and just because they're doing it for 960 hours rather than 2,000 hours doesn't make them eligible. The second is Government Code 21232. And this is for, typically this is for an industrial disability retiree, right? As somebody who retired from a safety position and then wants to go work in a miscellaneous position. Maybe they want to be an analyst, maybe they want to be a division chief or a director of an agency. They could do that, but they need to come to CalPERS for approval first. And it's not solely for industrial disability. I say it's mainly, but even if you retire on an ordinary disability, and maybe it was a food cafeteria job in the schools, and you couldn't stand for all that time, but now you're sitting in a chair and doing clerical work, maybe that's a job, but those duties need to be reviewed by us, and it needs to be approved by us for you to take a permanent position. So that's one qualification, and then your earnings are limited. So the money you're making in that permanent position added to your disability retirement cannot exceed the position salary of that position which you disability retired from. So if it does exceed it, you owe us that excess back to CalPERS. So there are opportunities. We're happy to help review these. It's important for the employer to know these rules. If they're hiring a CalPERS disability retiree, reach out to us. We'll provide assistance. And then lastly, we're working with so many 2s and 4s and 2s. I got this government code wrong on this slide. The third box, the government code is 21432. And so this particular law covers only, this covers non-industrial disability or ordinary disability retirees who may take employment outside of a CalPERS covered agency. So maybe they go to work for Starbucks, maybe they go to work for Walmart, maybe they become the CEO of Apple, right? They can do any of those things, right? The duties must be different. But these individuals are subject to an earnings limit, as I described previously. And in the past, we've relied on these disability retirees to voluntarily come to us and report these earnings. However, now we're going to be proactively enforcing these laws and requesting earnings data from the individuals required under the specifics of this law. So it's about 1,000 individuals that we've pinpointed are impacted by this law that we'll be reaching out to and gathering that tax or earnings information from them.
Okay, very interesting. I have a question, not to try to put you on the spot, but in the second example, the one where we're telling them to contact CalPERS to see if they can, where we were saying the salary at their new job plus their disability retirement pension can't exceed the salary of their original position.
Yeah.
Like, how are we measuring that salary? Is it from like a publicly available pay? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's the current pay schedule, so it does increase to the current amount.
All right. Thank you. Interesting. Okay, so what's going to be the outreach on this? Because my guess is that there's probably some questions bubbling in some minds right now and some what if scenarios and all this. Is there going to be more forthcoming, or what should we expect?
Yep. There's going to be, we want to put in some kind of employer verification. So right now, when an employer hires a retired annuitant, they enroll them and report their earnings. We haven't required the same thing under that middle government code 21232. We want the employer to record every retiree, disability or not, into a full-time position or under the retired annuitant rules. So we'll be working on implementing those, and we'll be putting out some circular letters regarding that. The one on the far right, the 21432, that really doesn't affect the employers at all. We'll be working individually with the retirees, as we have been on 21233 as well. So we're really working with the employees individually who are holding retired annuitant positions to make sure they're in compliance with 21233 and 21232.
Okay, great. A question came in the chat. So when we say for the 21232, the middle scenario here, is it the employer or the member who is required, or we're saying that they need to get that pre-approval?
Yep. It's the member who comes to us with the request. However, we often work with the employer because we need the duties to make sure they're not the same in order to approve them. So either the employee provides that to us through the employer, or we work directly with the employer to get that duty statement so we can verify. Sometimes the employer is unaware of this, or the member thinks they're a retired annuitant, right? And they're not aware they're subject to 21232. So we try to make it clear when we approve the disability retirement of what needs to be done. It's in our publications. We're doing more outreach on that to make sure that we're ensuring compliance.
Okay, great. So just kind of looking at our agenda here, we probably need to wrap up and bring in our health team. Just, do you have any closing comments, any thoughts on your message to the stakeholder community? What can they do to help support our efforts, our shared efforts, to make sure that everyone gets their retirements taken care of, everybody has access to customer service through our various technologies, our mediums? Like, what can the community do to support the work?
So David, I'll just promote that 2:00. I think we have a panel where we're available for more questions, myself and the health team. If there's any, flow over questions, I can answer. But I just want to say I appreciate the partnership with all the stakeholder communities, the cooperation, the collaboration. I would stress that just reach out when you need more information, more clarity, so we can help with your communications to your members, your organizations, and then notify us of issues that you're recognizing that may help us triage larger issues, whether that be processing wait times, incorrect messaging that's out there, data errors that may be there. I want to give a shout out to, I think Carrie Lane of the CHP was signed up, right? She points out an issue that comes to us and says, hey, my members are seeing this in their retirement estimates. Can you look into it, right? And it helped us uncover an issue that, again, that the population was so small that it was impacting that, on one-offs, we didn't get it. But when we have the help of our stakeholders finding these, it helps us identify the root cause and really fix these issues more globally.
Good, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so again, folks, we have to beg your indulgence here. We want to pause and see if there are any public comment requests coming in through the phone line. So Kelly, if you're able to hear me, do we have any callers?
Hearing you has not been the problem. So we do have one caller.
Very good. Go ahead. Caller, you have 3 minutes to provide public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, we have Mr. Grayson Sims.
Thank you. My name is Grayson Sims. I'm a field organizer for the San Diego chapter of ACE, the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. Over the past few months, I have talked to tenants of Blackstone properties across San Diego. For those who do not know, Blackstone is the largest private equity firm in the world, a Wall Street company that has moved into the housing market. The tenants I have talked to are mainly essential workers who deserve, at the very least, the accumulation of their retirement funds, and that not causing them to die before their retirement. Under Blackstone's delinquent ownership, a company that you invest $5 billion in, this death is a very real possibility for many tenants. Within only an hour of talking to tenants, it is not rare that I hear mothers tell me droves of cockroaches keep them and their children from sleeping at night, families sleeping in cars because their apartments have burned down without aid from Blackstone, and the disabled and often retirement-age tenants receive neglectful conduct on behalf of Blackstone. Blackstone does not provide housing. Instead, they steal livelihoods for the sake of money. I'm urging the board to put their investment responsibilities to use and put Blackstone's ACE members in contact with Blackstone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, now turning to this. Thank you, Mr. Fox. Any public comment requests from those on the Zoom call at this time?
Tim
All right.
Behrens.
Tim, I think your hand is just still up from the past, or do you wish to make public comment?
No, actually, I had a question for Anthony. In the last couple of years, the governor has extended the 960-hour rule during the COVID pandemic. Has he done that for 2022?
So, Tim, the governor has issued some executive orders that have, for COVID-related retired annuitant appointments, the 960 hours, the 180-day waiting period have been lifted. So those executive orders are still in effect. They haven't ended. So for those type of appointments, that is still in play.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Anthony, and I do have a couple more questions in the chat. I'm just going to reserve those with apologies to the folks who sent that in. We'll reserve that for the open discussion session because I really want to make sure that we have a chance to go through the healthcare material. So looking to see, I see Don Moulds, and I'm hoping that Dr. Julia Logan is on the line. Dr. Logan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi there. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so let's move. So why don't we start with you, Dr. Logan? You know, obviously COVID-19, you know, just the health story, the biggest health story since, you know, the 14th century. So what's going on there right now? If you could, number one, you know, stakeholders, we've really been lucky to have a chief medical officer on staff who really has her finger on the pulse of all of this. So if you can give us the latest on COVID and then, but focus specifically on what it has meant and continues to mean in terms of how it's impacted our program, what it's meant for our members. Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, David. Yeah, I guess I'll start with the impact of COVID. I think the impact on our world just can't be underestimated. 5.6 million people around the world have died from COVID, including about 850,000 people in the United States. And the US has one of the highest death rates in the world. The Journal of the American Medical Association recently reported that COVID was the third leading cause of death here in the US in 2020, just behind cancer and heart disease. So that's pretty significant for sure. More people have died of COVID in 2020 than stroke, diabetes, and influenza combined. 1 in 5 people in the US has been infected and less than 1 in 400 has died. And while we really don't have true winners here, we do have some silver linings. So I know David, you and Anthony talked about silver linings before. I guess my silver linings are a little bit different. The biggest one I see kind of from a global view are vaccines and the acceleration of vaccine technology. COVID-19 vaccines saved about 240,000 lives in the United States and prevented more than 1 million virus-related hospitalizations in the first 6 months of the country's vaccination program. So that's also pretty significant. And of course, vaccinations don't only save lives and prevent morbidity, which of course is paramount, but they also save money. If you think about it, so cases are averted by vaccination. It saves money on treatment and hospitalization costs, particularly ICU hospitalizations, in addition to maintaining productivity of people who would otherwise be sick, and a substantial proportion of cases, even mild cases, that have led to long-term COVID, which has its own repercussions on productivity and medical expenses. We've also seen medical science unfold and accelerate at just unbelievable speeds before our eyes over the past 22 months or so, and the widespread use of mRNA technology in our vaccines, which is an incredible game changer for the development of future vaccines and of other diseases like cancers and multiple sclerosis. So that's sort of kind of the big impact picture. And then kind of what we're seeing now with the pandemic and with Omicron. It's obviously a global pandemic, and what happens elsewhere impacts us here and in our local community. So I'll start with that perspective. Last week, the World Health Organization reported that more than 15 million cases. And during that press conference of the World Health Organization, the advisor said that in 30 years working in infectious disease, we've not seen an epidemic curve like this. So it's just, you know, I'm sure you've all seen the straight up curve, and that's really pretty much unprecedented in these times. While many countries are still on their way up, the Omicron leader, South Africa, continues to decline, though it seems to take its sweet time descending. It hasn't yet reached its pre-Omicron level yet, and deaths are still increasing. So that's something to continue to watch. And no matter where Omicron goes across the world, it's clear that severe cases are largely among the unvaccinated, and that's a really important distinction. And we see that, as I said, in every country. People are getting sick from this, but the hospitalized sick and the people really needing care are the ones who remain unvaccinated. Here in the United States, we're averaging about 800,000 cases per day, with almost a 100% increase in the past 2 weeks. It looks like nationally cases have plateaued, which could possibly mean that we've reached testing capacity, although there's some areas that have clearly peaked, like in the Northeast, and are dropping fast. So that's really good news. The reality, though, sort of the other side of the coin, is that we're only halfway through the Omicron wave. There will be the same number of infections on the way down as there were on the way up, and hospitalizations and deaths will follow. And more locally, Western states are growth leaders right now, although here in California, we may also be seeing our peak, which is also very, very good news. In terms of hospitalizations, I may have already mentioned this, but we've long passed our last winter's peak and previous record by about 20,000 hospitalizations across the US. And obviously some states have been hit harder than others. And I mentioned before, but just to re-emphasize, the theme from all of this data that's coming in is that vaccines continue to work and continue to work extremely well. We've been seeing this decoupling phenomenon of rates and hospitalizations. They used to kind of parallel each other in previous waves, but now with vaccines, such a high immunity wall, we're seeing this decoupling where hospitalizations are so much less than cases. So that's also very good news. You know that Omicron has emerged with a high degree of transmissibility and also the ability to partially evade pre-existing immunity. So that's the bad news. The good news, so there's always this good news, bad news. is that an extra dose of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, so going from 2 doses to 3 doses, makes a big difference in protecting against hospitalization and death from this new Omicron variant. Let's see. I also did want to touch on therapeutics for a moment. So the new treatments that are coming out, because they're a really important part of the next phase of this pandemic. The first oral treatment for mild to moderate COVID-19 for patients who are within a 5-day window of symptom onset and are at a high risk of progression to severe disease. So this drug has been FDA authorized now and is available in limited supply through doctors and clinics. The reality is that supply is really limited right now, and it's only available in certain pharmacies. The Department of Public Health actually has a list of those pharmacies in case you're interested. But the federal government has purchased millions of doses, and it should be in much more ample supply in the coming weeks and months. Another thing to note is that there is a rather significant list of drug interactions with this drug. So it's not for everyone for sure, but it's definitely going to be more in play and more of a game changer as we move through this. Just to note, kind of a really interesting, exciting thing is that there are other vaccine technologies in the pipeline, including a pan-coronavirus vaccine, which many experts say will help stave off another coronavirus pandemic. So that's kind of an interesting thing. And so this virus obviously isn't done with us yet. We may be seeing more variants in the future and things like that. So things will continue to evolve. So we need to constantly maintain and refresh our toolbox to protect us. And so that includes vaccines, therapeutics, so the Paxlovid that I just talked about, masking and testing. And so I did want to talk a little bit about testing. So the federal requirement to provide in-home tests, 8 per person per month, became effective this past Saturday, January 15th. California also passed legislation last year, SB 510, which was effective January 1st of this year, that already did this what the federal requirements are, but the federal action will likely encourage people to obtain home tests. For the state law, the Department of Managed Healthcare is tasked with developing emergency regulations to implement the law, and they're currently working on that process. And I'm sure you all have seen the news about each household can order up to 4 tests. The website is covidtest.gov, or you can go to the U.S. Postal Service website. Shipping is free, and the tests will be mailed to you within 7 to 12 days. I encourage you all to take advantage of this, to have these tests on hand before you need them. Antigen tests are a really important way and tool to help us learn to live with this virus by breaking transmission chains in our communities and across the country. And moving on to impacts to our health program, there have been some really profound impacts to our members' health that essentially followed national trends. Our plans have noted an increase in the percentage of overweight and obese adult members. Not unexpected, we've all been home and easy access to the refrigerator. And the percentage of children with overweight and obese have also increased. Nationally, cancer screening had decreased, not unexpectedly, during the early days of the pandemic as well. So we know that gaps in care have taken place, and we've asked our health plans to discuss these gaps in our quarterly business reviews. And so we have an ongoing conversation with them about this, and to track immunizations and efforts to continue to vaccinate, because that's also incredibly important. And we've included these requirements in our 2022 contract with the health plans as well. I did want to talk about telehealth because obviously that's a huge impact to our health program and kind of a big part of this pandemic in health. Telehealth on a large scale emerged early in 2020 when the pandemic severely limited in-person medical visits. So the pivot had to happen extremely quickly. Prior to the pandemic, our utilization of telehealth as a usual source of care, especially in primary care, was incredibly minimal, just really under the radar and not utilized by our members or offered by most of our health plans really in a substantial way. But like I said, the pandemic really changed that. There was a huge uptake. In the beginning, things have calmed down a little bit as people felt more comfortable being around others, and now with vaccines and masking. But we know that telehealth in some form is really here to stay. For really a lot of reasons. Consumer demand, so it can be very convenient for folks. Ongoing clinician shortages, I think that was mentioned earlier on in the day. Advances in enabling technology, so telehealth has been, the technology is so much easier to use. I've noticed that in seeing patients as well. And then state and federal policies that are favorable to telehealth. So that's really all of these things combined make us think that telehealth is really here to stay. And it's more than just telehealth. It's really this emergence of virtual care. So this virtual care includes live video conferencing, store and forward, remote patient monitoring, and mobile health. So a really big expansion of what we think of as telehealth. And data suggests sort of what we've been thinking and seeing as well. $250 billion in US healthcare spending could shift to virtual care. There's a big caveat with this, though. While virtual healthcare offers tremendous potential to overcome geographic distance issues, enhance access to care, build efficiencies, these promises and kind of what virtual and telehealth will look like and offer are difficult to assess. It's really hard to measure quality in telehealth at this point, and quality measurement has really not sufficiently kept up with virtual care's expansion and evolution. So we're really working with our plans, with state and local and national partners really to understand how to evaluate quality in virtual care. So that will continue to unfold in the coming months and years. One notable area where telehealth utilization has continued to increase has been in behavioral health, not unexpectedly. Since the pandemic started and continuing through 2021, really, our members received higher number of telehealth visits from mental health professionals who did increase their capacity and availability to see patients via telehealth versus in person. And so we'll continue to see that evolve as well. And I did want to take a moment to talk about behavioral health within the context of the pandemic. This pandemic has taken a toll on our members' mental health, and we know that, we feel that in ourselves and our own communities, and will likely take a toll for years to come. And because of this, we've doubled down on improving behavioral health quality and access. And I did mention this to the board yesterday, that we're working with UC researchers on a survey and focus groups to better understand access challenges in behavioral health, because we know for sure that they do exist. And we're partnering with Covered California and the Department of Healthcare Services on a behavioral health project to improve access and come together on joint solutions around workforce shortages and things like that. And then in terms of impacts to our health program, I did want to talk about health equity because also incredibly important and central to everything that we do. The pandemic shone a light on health disparities that hasn't been done before in a meaningful or large scale or sustainable way. There are disparities in our diverse communities in California, and they can be severe. And we know that COVID-19 disproportionately affects California's low-income Latino, Black, and Pacific Islander communities, as well as many essential workers. Learning about the diversity of our own membership and starting to gather data to be able to identify these disparities has been a major focus for us, because we know that when we achieve high quality and accessible services for all our members, we have achieved equity. So I think that's where I will end. And if anyone has questions, or I can pass it to Don or back to you, David.
Thanks, Dr. Logan. I'll take it. And there will be some questions, but I'd like to reserve it to the end. I just want to make sure that we give Don enough time to cover his material. Thanks so much for your perspective. So let's pivot to Don Moulds, who is CalPERS Chief Health Director, overseeing our policy work. So Don, I don't know if you've noticed, but the price on everything has gone up a lot. And as somebody who eats mostly steak and chicken wings, those things cost twice as much for me as they did not 18 months ago. And it stinks. But then now there's inflation, but seriously, then there's like medical inflation. And that's what's really crazy. So what the heck is going on here?
So I'll just start by saying that if you get the talk from Dr. Logan after this about diet of steak and chicken wings, you brought it on yourself. It's a great question. The relation between healthcare spending and general or healthcare inflation and general inflation is a complex one. It's changed over time. It is part of the sort of story of American healthcare and why it's gotten so unaffordable. So, I've said this a million times in various venues, but I like to benchmark our spending as a percentage of our gross domestic product versus other nations. And, if you go back to the 50s, we looked very similar, sometimes even better than other wealthy nations. We're the worst in the world by far, just in terms of how much money we spend. It's particularly frustrating because we don't get the outcomes in a lot of areas. So for many years, healthcare inflation clipped along at somewhere between a little and significantly higher than general inflation, which is really a lot of why we got where we are. An interesting thing happened in right around 2009, 2010. The difference flattened significantly. There was a period of time when Medicare inflation was actually lower than general inflation, which was unheard of, certainly in my lifetime. And the two were pretty comparable and fairly flat for a number of years. We've seen in the last a handful of years now to see a little bit more differentiation, and now COVID has turned that on its head because the healthcare financing has gotten much more volatile and in many ways complicated as well. So, we're watching the fact that we ended 2021 with 7% general inflation. Certainly makes anybody who is watching healthcare inflation really nervous. That is much more, I think there's been a lot of discussion about whether it's temporary, permanent, episodic, or economy-wide. You probably bring some of the investment folks in to give you a better picture of that. But some of that is going to show up on the healthcare side too, for some of the same reasons as we've had supply challenges on the labor force side. Hospitals, as you know, are really struggling to adequately staff. in areas where the pandemic is moving at an aggressive clip. Hospitals are bringing traveling providers in, doing stopgap measures, overtime, et cetera. So, you know, that has a bearing on costs. We've talked about this a little bit in some of the board meetings, but we've seen this interesting and fairly unpredictable back and forth between periods of time when people have been deferring normal care because either hospitals were not doing elective procedures or because people were anxious about going in and getting a procedure when we had deferral of normal care. And then we've had periods where folks have been going and getting that pent up, there's been a pent up demand. And so we see increases in utilization. We don't know when that's going to normalize. It hasn't yet. It's getting closer. Indications are that we're getting closer to a sort of normal use period. But the other thing that we just don't know is what are some of the effects of people deferring care? So, people weren't getting a lot of the normal screenings that you would get certainly during the first wave of COVID. Some people also during the second wave of COVID. And how is that going to bear both on outcomes and people's health, but also on costs? The other part of the story, and maybe we can talk about this as we go further along, is just that, the fundamental lack of cost controls in the U.S. healthcare system. So, we have, we really have pretty minimal cost controls nationally. There are states now that have moved to bring them into their own framework. California had a bill last year that proposed to do that here. It did not make it out of the legislature, although the governor seems to have leaned into that bill. This year, he's put, I think, $50 million into the budget for the Office of Healthcare Cost Control, which is a pretty strong signal that he's supportive of the concept. But we have a dysfunction in a lot of marketplaces. We can talk about that in a little bit. On the drug side, we have the federal government actively impeding competition. So, telling Medicare, the largest purchaser in the country, that they can't negotiate the prices that pharmaceutical manufacturers charge, and so forth. So it's there's a lot that goes into an answer to that question, but that's certainly some of it.
Well, thank you, Don. Yeah, it's infuriating, some of like the weird perverse incentives kind of embedded in this whole system. And it seems like almost everybody thinks that it needs to change, and yet the levers of power are so conflicted here. So
yeah, just before, one other thing, just before you move on, it is, having said all that, CalPERS does better than the market. We benchmark ourselves every year. We look at other large purchasers and how they're doing, and typically we're about 2%. 2% better just in terms of absolute number of premium increase. So we've been last 3 years at about 4.5% premium increase. The rest of the country is somewhere between 6.5% and 7%. So we're better, but you're rowing against an incoming tide when you're doing this, which is frustrating.
Right. So here we're showing, obviously folks can read this, so a chart of where are the costs in overall healthcare, and this comes from one of our reports. Can anything scream out at you here? Anything that, obviously it's shocking, like how much goes to prescription drugs, but anything jump out here that you want to mention?
Candidly, almost all of it is frustrating. The thing that really in California stands out is that we have such tremendous variation geographically in cost, and it's not related at all to the quality or to the outcomes. So that's a great prompt. Thanks. You see it here. Variation from from 30% below the mean to 50% above. That's more than a twofold variation. And I can tell you that it is not related to, these are not costs that are related to quality. They're really related to two things. One is one I think we've made some progress on, which is that, but still have a very, very long way to go. And that is that in a lot of these areas, it can be hard to manage care effectively because of the limited size of the networks of providers, or in many cases, fundamental lack of a network. So, the board authorized moving an EPO, which is a sort of a hybrid between a PPO and an HMO, but on a chassis that is more HMO-like, and that we can sort of build both the ability to manage care and coordinate care, which will improve outcomes and also manage costs. But in some of the, in a lot of the areas of the state, we have those challenges. The other problem is that we have a fundamental lack of competition, and I've talked about this before, but in a number of parts of the state, particularly in those deep red areas that you're seeing. And in some of these counties, we have single hospitals, and when you have no competition between hospitals, you're really at the mercy of the hospital. We see it in our contracts and our contracted rates with those hospitals. They are way higher than in some of the Southern California areas where there is really robust competition.
Yeah, thank you for that. So let's move to the next slide here. Obviously there are these geographical differences. I mean, parts of California are like as densely populated as Manhattan, and the rest are like Montana, and it's very difficult to apply, premiums that are fair, and that there's not winners and losers, just so that there always are. And a big thing that you and the team have been working on are these different networks, different ways to connect opportunities for care for members, and just trying to get creative with that. Just number one, can you define some of these terms that we're looking at here, especially EPO, and then just kind of explain the work that you guys are focused on?
Sure. Well, let me start with the network question. The example that I like to use here is the network that the board approved in Santa Barbara a year ago. It's a narrow, it's a Blue Shield Trio product, narrow network. It's ACO based, which is where the provider groups are capitated, which means that they get a payment for caring for the whole person, and for better outcomes. So the incentive structure is right. The other thing that we've done in Santa Barbara is one of these places where we have a single hospital, which is above average costing hospital, is that they've worked to move as many procedures out of hospitals as possible, and that's actually something that is good for both the bottom line and for patients. So moving hips and knees and imaging out of hospitals dramatically reduces the costs. And for some of these surgeries, you are exposed when you're in a hospital for an extended period of time to hospital-acquired infections and other challenges that are less of an issue in some of these ambulatory centers. So that that's an example of the kind of approach that we'd like to be taking in more counties. The board authorized a similar approach in Monterey. It's going to take work on the part of the health plans that are now authorized to develop some of these networks in that county to be successful. But we're hopeful, and we're working with them to do that. EPOs are, as I said, are a sort of a hybrid between a PPO and an HMO. They are they are more like PPOs in the sense that they are in places where there is not typically sufficient provider density to create meaningful networks, but they have the same cost structure as an HMO. So rather than having copays and or deductibles primarily, but also higher copays, their cost structure is much more like an HMO. There's far fewer out-of-pocket costs. So we felt like it was a really important alternative to provide our members. They also, allow for the creation of networks where networks are viable. So, in some of these places, we're hopeful that through some creative engineering, we can cobble together semblances of networks, and ultimately in some of these areas have full-born networks that resemble HMO networks. And where we have those, we have the ability to coordinate care, have the care be primary care centric, which is better for the health of our members and also helps reduce costs. And that is always the place we want to go first. There is a lot of territory in healthcare where costs can be lower and outcomes are higher, and that is always what we're striving for.
Very good, thank you. Let's move along, Josh. I think one of the big things everyone's aware about is that the cost of prescription drugs is particularly galling, and a lot of and if you're watching the chat, Dr. Hein, one of our retirees, is a medical doctor, is kind of going off on on the topic, and I actually agree with almost everything. But like in general, Don, can you just talk to us about what are some of these things that are like kind of in the kind of like machinations here? Like, what are the problems that are leading constantly to these drug prices just pushing higher and higher, and therefore the costs go up? Costs go up to us. There's limits on on innovation. Can you define PBM? Can you talk to us about biosimilars? Like, and what's our strategy with these right now?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We could finish on this and send everybody home and talk about nothing else, but I'll try not to do that. Some of it, let me start. I rarely do this when we're talking about pharmaceuticals, but let me start with some of the price pressures that are actually positive. So, medicine has evolved, particularly as we do a better job of understanding the human genome. And some of the new pharmacological interventions are unbelievably important advances. We are able to do things that I don't think people 20 years ago imagined that we would be able to do. I think I talked about CAR T therapy maybe a year ago or so. We are now able to basically go in through a primarily pharmacological intervention and manipulate the DNA of kids with what used to be terminal cancers and cure them. So those are very, very targeted interventions. They affect very small numbers of people, and the science that goes into that is really expensive. So some of what's driving the pharmaceutical costs, there are other costs associated with CAR T therapy. The pharmaceutical costs are $400,000 or $500,000 per person, but you cannot disagree with the result. It is to be able to change the trajectory of a young life in that way, to be able to make a kid cancer free is what we all ought to be getting up every morning and trying to be helpful with, right? So some of it is that these advances are really costly. When I look at our pharmaceutical spend, so this class of drugs, that target very specific conditions are called specialty drugs. About half of, a little under half, 48% of our spend is on the specialty drug side. The people who are receiving the specialty drug interventions represent about 1% of our membership. So that really gives you a sense of that piece of it. We need to do better in that space by a long shot. But that is not the really horrible side of this problem. The horrible side of this problem is that we've done a very bad job at every level of government in helping to control these costs. We not only do we not have active interventions to keep costs reasonable, but we have antiquated laws that are aimed at keeping these costs higher, and that is a tough one. We spend 2-3 times what a lot of other countries spend on these expensive drugs because we don't go in and negotiate price. So that's part of it. The other challenge has been just the evolution of middle people in this whole process. So, we now work through a pharmaceutical benefit manager who help us get a better price by purchasing for us and many other large purchasers. But that better price is somewhat inflated by the fact that they're pulling money out of the system as well. It's an environment where prices are higher than they should be, but if we were to go our own, we arguably would not do very well. I think I've mentioned in the past that we are interested in pursuing that path. We're not there yet, but there are a lot of intermediaries in the pharmaceutical purchasing chain that make this whole process more expensive as well. I could go on, but those are some of the big ones.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky there where it's sort of with the PBMs, the example that comes to mind would be, going to a store that's having a 25% off sale, but then by the time you get there, they raise the original price by 50%. Well, okay, yeah, they had a sale, but the net result out of pocket is they profited more. So
that's a great example. The Macy's flyer.
And then, like you said, so just 1% of our, the CalPERS population is costing 48% of the cost. So it's so tough, you said, that these novel new drugs, they're so expensive, but, if we were talking about cars or literally any other object or service in the world, there's a reasonable price where people say, nope, that's just too much. But when it comes to your own life and to the life of your family, the maximum acceptable cost to them is literally infinite. And so we're forced to kind of like reckon with what is like a radically different product in terms of how you can price it. What is a reasonable price? What is too much? And when do you deny service or do another route? Just very difficult. So good luck to you, sir.
You sound like somebody who's been looking at this problem. You had asked about the biosimilars initiative, and Dr. Logan was the brain behind the biosimilars initiative, so she should jump in. So biologics are in the specialty drug category. They can be trickier to manufacture because I always think of them, Julia, as being grown and manufactured, not just manufactured. And anytime you grow something, as a gardener, I can attest to this, it's more complicated to get it exactly the same every time. But there've been there's a whole class of follow-on biologics that are essentially like generic biologics or biosimilars that have come on the market recently, and there is opportunity now that there hasn't been in the past in the specialty space to make progress on the cost side of biologics. We just authorized a bunch of new biosimilars. The way that we are dealing with them, because they are grown and not manufactured, and because there's still evidence that people can have sometimes different experiences with different biologics is we are not changing the biologics of people who are on a course of successful biologics, but for new folks who need biologics, the default now is the biosimilar, and we anticipate over time that we'll be saving a good deal of money there. It's early days, but it's an important cost control and an important cost driver on the specialty side.
Yeah, and if I can just jump in for a second about the biosimilars and making sure that members who are already on a biologic that is working for them, they will continue on that course of that biologic. This Biosimilars First initiative will not interfere with that doctor-patient relationship and that good therapeutic course that member is having. It is only, as Dawn said, for folks who are starting on a biologic, and they would go to that biosimilar first.
Dr. Logan, can you just, like, for sake of clarity, can you just define it? When we're saying biologics, is that synonymous with brand name drug, and biosimilar, is that synonymous with generic drug, or is there some nuance here that I'm not aware of?
Yeah, I know it does get a little bit confusing, and the nomenclature is so similar. In theory, it's very similar to a generic, but as Dawn mentioned, these are grown drugs, so it's not like you can create it in a lab per se. It's a biologically active drug or therapeutic. So a biologic is the drug, also known as the innovator drug. So that's sort of the first drug, and the biosimilars are the ones that are kind of like a generic. They're generic-like. So the biologics are first, and the biosimilars are kind of the next generation that are incredibly similar. And most important, there's no clinically meaningful difference between a biologic and its FDA-approved biosimilar.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. Dawn, we've run out of time here, but the last thing I was hoping we could talk about would be our work to get aligned with the other major purchasers in California, the public purchasers. Josh, if you could advance the slide, I know if folks watched the board education day yesterday, this came up. Peter Lee was here. We had the new exec director from DHCS, I believe. What was the outcome of that? Any high-level points you could share? What's the work that we're doing here?
Yeah, so this is work, and Dr. Logan has been as involved in this work as I have, arguably more. She's been leading implementation on our side and has been the lead in a bunch of the initiatives that have come out of it. But one of the things that, and I will add that it was great to have both of them there yesterday. It's a testament. Michelle runs a program with 14 million people in it, almost 10 times the size of CalPERS.
Right, that's the Medi-Cal program, right?
That's the Medi-Cal program.
Okay.
Hard to imagine, and is I think probably one of the 2 or 3 busiest people in state government. And for them to make that time come and invest in the meetings that we've been having with them really is a testament to how important the work is. So there are many areas where we have common focus and goals, where it is much harder to accomplish them independently than together. We are together with Covered and DHCS represent 17 million Californians, about 43% of the state, more than half of the non-Medicare population of the state. So having us pursue things together in lockstep often can result in big changes to the market, changes that CalPERS could not make on their own. One of the things that I think has been really critical is identifying sort of the high priority areas of focus so that we're looking to change the same things at the same time because they have the biggest impact on health. Another really important area is measures. So one of the challenges in the signals that we send to doctors and nurses and other providers is that they are often mixed. So if DHCS and Covered and CalPERS are all telling physicians different things about what matters or how you should be measuring for a particular condition, and that they get they don't receive a real message, and they aren't able to really follow any of the guidance. So it makes a difference to be aligned in this way. We have started working on research projects together. We're all interested in telehealth. From our surveys, what we got back is there are some areas where people really like telehealth, and there are some areas where telehealth just isn't working for our members. And unpacking that with our peers so that we can improve those services and lean into the areas where telehealth can be a real plus for our members involves, one, considerable research, two, comparing notes, three, pushing the academic community to be doing work focused on the problems that we care about, and so forth. So, there are a lot of examples. I could go on and on. We've done the partnership has been really important in our own work on health equity and how we talk about health equity and where our focus is and how we're thinking about tackling it. Our focus again on primary care. One of the things the board did back in November was authorize the matching of primary care physicians on the PPO side. That's something that Covered has been doing for a while now. It really helps with care coordination and bringing primary care providers into the care team, which improves outcomes, and having them as a partner to talk through their experience and how they did it and what made it successful, I think will be really important as we move forward with it as well.
Thanks, Don. Thank you, Dr. Logan. So let's go ahead and open up the conversation now. Josh, if you could take us to the open discussion slide. Kind of want to invite the stakeholders and also board members, if you would like to comment, absolutely feel free, of course. So, we've heard here in this afternoon session from Anthony Suine, we've talked about the customer service work. We talked about the implementation of those two recently passed pieces of legislation. We talked about the changes to renewed focus on enforcing the disability retirement rules. And now we've talked about healthcare and all of its challenges and what we're working on here. So I'd like to invite some questions. I'll start off. I'll pick one that came into the chat a while back, and it's for you, Anthony. And the question was, given the big success of doing these virtual connections with members about their retirement consultations and just how efficient that is, the time around that, has there been any thought to making that really maybe not a mandatory part of the process, but continuing, even when, let's just say that COVID-19 disappeared tomorrow entirely, really trying to enculturate that as part of the process just for how fast it is and the ability to more quickly move through the process. Any thoughts about that?
Yep, David, that's the plan. So whoever submitted that is on point. We don't plan to eliminate that channel. We're just adding that as a permanent option for our members, especially in our regional offices down in the Bay Area and Southern California, right? Members don't want to travel 2 hours to come to the office. So we'll permanently have those virtual services available. And if a member goes online, eventually when our office is open, they'll have three choices on how they want to counsel with us. One will be a phone appointment, one will be a virtual on-camera appointment, and the other will be an in-office appointment. And we'll be able to spread our resources across those three.
Thanks for that. So one more quick one for you, and then we'll go to health. The question was, in terms of Spanish callers calling the contact center, is that, do we feel that we're adequately staffed there? Is there a longer turnaround time there? And if so, any plans to staff up more there?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Allows me to elaborate on some things we're doing there. We have this great multi-language service for our contact center that we've been utilizing over the last few months. And it not only handles our Spanish-speaking callers, but any language that some member wants to call and has English as a potential second language. So I got a list of, 500, I think it was, over the span of 3 to 5 months, foreign calls that we got to our contact center. And this service allows an agent to put you on, I don't even know if they put you on hold, but put you on hold for 1 second, link to our multi-language service, get the interpreter on the line, and then rejoin the call with the member, and we immediately have a translator available. So there is no wait, no delay, no calling back the member. So it's a really great service we offer to any of our foreign language members.
Oh, cool. Very good. I didn't know that. I like that very much. Excellent.
Very cool.
Okay, so let's pivot to the healthcare side. One other question that came in was, Don, do we know, is there a timeline for when we'll review the health regions? Again, I know we did that work probably 3 years ago now. I cannot recall what the cycle is for looking at those in terms of premiums by the various regions in the state.
Yeah, I mean, this is a I think a perennial issue for CalPERS. I would say that it is one of those things that we will want to look at periodically and certainly in the future to make sure our regions are where they are. I'm not a big fan of anytime that you make a change, there is some disruption that comes with that change, no matter how smooth a transition you make. The risk mitigation strategy is halfway done. It will be fully done this following year. It does not make sense to make that kind of change on top of that. We are not envisioning looking at it as part of the 5-year HMO procurement right now. So it's not part of that. But again, it's something that we will need to visit at some point. Just among other things, you have shifts in the population in California and changes in provider networks and so forth that affect the regions in sometimes unforeseeable ways.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm seeing a raised hand from Larry Woodson. Go ahead, Larry.
Okay, thank you, David. Larry Woodson, Chair of the Health Benefits Committee, California State Retirees. And first of all, I'd like to thank the health team for their good work. Really appreciate it and appreciate their accessibility. In Don's presentation, like other purchasers, they're looking at drivers of cost, individual drivers, and sometimes I feel like the drivers are the trees and we can't see the forest for the trees. The forest is, as Dr. Heinen pointed out about drug costs, the forest is that we have a for-profit healthcare system in this country and always have had. It even encroaches on our public Medicare and Medicaid programs. And what I want to raise right now is an issue that's related to cost, that's flown under the radar of the mainstream media and until lately, Congress. And it's called the Medicare Direct Contracting Pilot Program. And if allowed to progress, it's going to completely privatize the traditional public Medicare program, called that we refer to as Original Medicare. It was implemented in the Trump administration by the CMS Innovation Center, who can test healthcare models, payment models without congressional approval. And in its first year, the pilot phase, 53 direct contracting entities, they're called DCEs, have been approved in 38 states. Up to 30 million beneficiaries are now being shunted into these. And I found that there are 5 in California. I would imagine some of our members have been shunted in. Virtually any kind of company can apply to be a DCE thus far. That's kind of a mix of commercial insurers like Medicare Advantage carriers, venture capitalists, private equity, and startups that have no healthcare experience whatsoever, but are ready to join the gravy train. It is highly profitable, greater than MA plans. And United Healthcare just announced its greatest profits ever, $14 billion in annual profits announced today. And, they raised our premiums by over 8%. These DCEs recruit primary care providers by paying them more than traditional Medicare. And unlike original Medicare, the beneficiaries have no choice. They're not informed until they're already in. And if they don't like it, then they have to get a new provider. So there has been a petition signed by thousands of doctors and activists to Secretary Xavier Becerra to halt the program. I've shared 2 detailed articles with Don Moulds as of Monday by 2 former administrators at CMS who are both physicians, and that demonstrate the many shortcomings and dangers of this direct contracting program. I'll be sharing more with our own CSR organization and to our board to determine if we want to take action to oppose more formally. And I'll also share these articles with the CalPERS board members because I feel it's important for them to know as well. They may want to oppose the program as well. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. And I'm sure Don and team know about this, but can you repeat the name of that? Was it Medicare Direct Contracting Program?
Yes, it's called the Medicare Direct Contracting Pilot Program. It is a pilot, although it doesn't sound like a pilot with 30 million people in it already.
Yeah, it is. So Larry and I have talked a little bit about this. It is a pilot. The structure of the program is very different from the program that had been envisioned. It actually predates to a certain degree. The Trump administration goes all the way back to the Obama administration, although with different name. But the general idea is that there is traditional Medicare is still a fee-for-service model, and there are limitations to that model, and one of them is that it is less likely that people get coordinated care, and the payment is not based on some of the things that we value highly that have been shown to result in better outcomes, like paying for outcomes. So this is an attempt by this administration to bring some of those principles to bear on the traditional Medicare side. There are a lot of folks who are nervous about the ramifications for that. It was part of the impetus behind Medicare Advantage. And there are certainly some things that have gone well in Medicare Advantage, but many things that are problematic about Medicare Advantage. So, it's a pilot. We're watching it very closely. One of the important changes in this pilot is that it is not compulsory for Medicare members to be part of these. I expect of, this administration will do a full evaluation. I'm sure they will do a full evaluation and look at the outcomes. They are not naive about some of these other potential implications. So it's, we're looking at it still, looking at the guardrails. And obviously, if it were to move to transition from a pilot phase to a permanent phase, it would be something that we would need to look at the evidence about and weigh in on.
Thank you, Don. Looking for some more questions or comments at this time. Not seeing any raised hands. Okay, there we go.
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who's speaking there.
A public comment, I would like to.
Just one moment. We will get to public comment in a moment, sir. Apologies. Yes, Madam President, Taylor, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I was just interested in what Mr. Woodson was talking about, and I had not heard about that. However, what I'm concerned about is, while it is a pilot project, the federal government does have a way of sneaking stuff in. So, I don't know if there's any kind of comment period or anything like that, Mr. Moulds, but I don't want to see us lose the opportunity if we wait and see till the pilot project's over to make any impact on the structure of this program.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. No. And that's a fair point. I mean, when I say we're monitoring, we're doing exactly that. We've been unpacking the regs are relatively fresh. The actual entities that are chosen for this are going to be very important. So the sort of realm of possible entities is to Larry's point is broad, but looking at how that bears out is going to be really important. There will be multiple opportunities to comment on this. We could comment on it now, but our view is there's still a lot of meat to be put on the bone now, and we could comment, during the pilot, after the pilot phase. But I think, I worked with a lot of the folks. I worked with both of the folks who wrote the articles that Larry is referencing. Their concerns are legitimate concerns. I also know the folks who are moving forward with this, who are lifelong consumer and patient advocates, who are trying to do the right thing here. And the question is sort of where it all lands, and that is still in progress. So it would, in my mind, it is early to decide that it's a problem, especially because the upside of being able to get it right and add options where care is coordinated in traditional Medicare, which can be a real problem, is significant.
I agree. I appreciate it. So right now the program hasn't really gotten off the ground. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. It's just now starting. Okay,
that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's been going for over a year now.
Well, it's not. They've been working on the program for over a year.
Well, I mean, they approved the DCEs and have implemented it about a year ago. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Joanne, did you have a comment you wanted to make? I'm thinking.
Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, I had put one in the chat box too, but just to ask about what equity meant, but that can be answered differently. I keep hearing the word, but no one's defining it. But my other question is, if we're going to be buying health insurance, or is it just pharmacy with Medi-Cal, because we have different audiences, and I think somebody mentioned that yesterday, that they're not the same audiences. You have a lot of different, our members have special needs. They've paid into their programs and whatnot compared to the criteria for Medi-Cal. How are we going to be buying things, purchasing health care and pharmacy based on the same criteria that would apply to everybody the same? I guess I'm not sure what that really means yet. I know this is just kind of a new concept I've been hearing, but it hasn't been well defined to me yet what it means. I understand purchasing power. You know, you can get more, you know, having more people, you know, more people in your memberships. I get that and I understand that, but I didn't understand what you have to give up to do that.
Yeah.
You have the same criteria, you know, it's just very vague to me at this point. I just want to get a better understanding because I hear terms thrown out, but they're never defined real well for me. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I'm not understanding it.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's both a great and a very fair question. We're not talking about buying pharmaceuticals with Medi-Cal or with any other large purchaser right now.
California, whatever.
Yeah, the governor had proposed early in his administration to establish a central place where that could happen. And the idea in principle is that is the same principle that we have when we decide to buy collectively rather than in individual health plans, that the more people you're buying for, the more buying power you have. So if you're able to harness most of the state of California, that's a lot of buying power. It is enormously complicated to do that. One of the things that, and you alluded to this, is that the formularies, as you move from one purchaser to another purchaser, and particularly when you start getting into government programs, are all different, right? We cover different drugs, and so forth. And with Medi-Cal, it's particularly complicated because there are very strict federal laws about what that formulary looks like, or guidance about what that formulary looks like. And there are even some, to my earlier point about the federal government getting in the way of making it easier to buy low-cost drugs, there's some very complicated rules about the rebates that go to the Medi-Cal program or Medicaid programs in the other states. And that is that if they're not paying sort of the normal price, they're not eligible for the rebate. So the fight there is over the size of the rebate, not on the price. Were they to come in and get a discounted price, arguably they could undercut their ability to get the rebate. So it's hard stuff. I can tell you that the administration is continuing to look at this issue and figure out ways where we can use the size of the state as an opportunity to leverage better prices. One of the things that he had proposed is potentially manufacturing drugs, where generic drugs in particular, where the price was artificially inflated. I know they continue to look at that as a possibility. So we'll know more. I think I'm optimistic that at some point we will have a path to use some of our size to get better prices, but certainly it's not something that that is on the horizon for, say, the next rate cycle.
And then how about Covered California being a state program?
Yeah, so Covered California, another great example of some of the challenges. Covered California has, there are some federal prescriptions about the way that they structure their benefit. The other thing about Covered California is for Covered, they do not buy in bulk like we do. They delegate the pharma spend to the individual health plans. So they would essentially have to claw that back, and that's not a light lift. And then there are questions that I can't answer now about the regulatory viability of doing something like that.
Okay, so when this was brought up yesterday in the meeting, this was just a concept. It sounded like we were moving forward. So
no, yeah, on the pharma side, certainly a concept. Again, it's something that the administration has continued to work on and focus on, and if they are able to get where I'm hoping they might, it could potentially create opportunities for CalPERS to buy drugs through the state of California at a better price, but we're not there right now.
And as far as healthcare, is there any concept there that those would be meshed in purchasing?
No, I don't think anybody envisions having a uniform formulary,
Okay.
For example. No.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to know how far we were going into this realm, since I hadn't heard that till yesterday's meeting, and I was like, whoa, that's a big chunk of, it's a complex.
It's all healthcare is complex.
All right, but this is really complex when you're trying to mesh something that's totally different. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you answered. Thank you. I think you answered my questions as best you can at this
of course.
point.
Well, I hope so.
Thanks, Joanne. Appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and move into the public comment portion. So I'll reach out to Kelly to see if we have any callers on the line. I think we may also have one in the studio. Let's go to Kelly first and let us know if we have callers. Go ahead.
Can I?
Yes, David, we have 3 callers on general comments regarding housing, same as the previous caller. I'll start with the first caller, Juliana Gonzalez.
Hello. My name is Juliana Gonzalez. I'm with the San Diego chapter of ACE, the Alliance for Californians for Community Empowerment. We're a statewide community organization made up of low to moderate income housing dedicated to fighting for social, racial, and economic justice. So I'm here today to talk about Blackstone, which is a global corporate landlord corporation, which your board invests about $5 billion in. And I'm also a tenant of that Blackstone, and they bought up like 7,500 different communities and low-income communities out throughout California, and our tenants are routinely dealing with neglect and abuse, and we have an issue like cockroaches, bed bugs. They turn off the water, other issues. They recently had a fire in one of the tenants' housing, and they didn't want to pay. All these issues they haven't taken any concern to, but they want to raise our rents. And we're wanting to have you not invest in them and have us, if you can get us in contact with them so we can deal with them on a basis that we can talk to them face to face or Zoom or however we want to do that, or we can do that. So that's kind of our issue here. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Mr. Fox, next public commenter.
Yes, the next caller, Crystal Buckingham.
Go ahead.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Yes.
Yes, I'm calling. My name is Crystal Buckingham. I'm also with the ACE of San Diego, the Justice Organization for Housing. I'm calling because I am a tenant of the Blackstone property, and I'm actually one of the tenants that was involved in the complex that had the fire. With the complex that had the fire, there was a lot of issues, and one, I don't know if any of you have family members or if you've ever felt like you were homeless or faced a possibility of being homeless, but it's a horrible feeling. So when the fire happened, a lot of issues arise, and there was issues where we were just, I've been homeless now on living in my car 3 times, and I have an apartment. So, I mean, it's not being ran to anybody's justification as being a human being. I believe that Blackstone is who we really want to get in contact with, but it's a corporate organization, and you guys have invested quite a bit of money into. They have turned off water without warning. I've been left with nothing. I'm living out of my car. I mean,
We know.
so basically, we just want to be in touch, have a way to get in touch with Blackstone to, voice some of our concerns and maybe have a chance at getting better housing, better. I mean, being treated like human beings is, a plus in my case.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. And Mr. Fox, final caller.
Actually, I have two more callers. Next is Jose Lopez.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jose Lopez. I'm the director of ACE San Diego, and I'm calling in support of our members who live at the properties that were recently bought by Blackstone, the largest private equity investment firm in the world, a corporation that CalPERS is also invested in. Many of our members were not able to join the call today due to work and childcare responsibilities, and others are not able to join in this virtual space due to the technological barriers. But several months ago, Blackstone bought over 5,600 units in San Diego County in very low to moderate income communities from one of the biggest landlords, the Conrad Previs Family Foundation. These buildings for decades have not been repaired. Many of our members have to deal with roaches, bed bugs, mold, and many other health and safety issues. And now that Blackstone is the new owner, we want to work together to address these issues and to ensure safe and dignified housing for all their tenants. Unfortunately, our requests have been ignored. We have sent 2 letters asking them for a meeting and have not heard back. That's why we're here today to ask for your help to help us get Blackstone to meet with us at the table for our members to discuss these concerns and come up with solutions together. So we really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Fox, are there any further callers?
One more caller. One more on call-in studio. Mariana Brito.
Go ahead. We're ready.
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. Basically, what just Jose told, and I have a little story that I haven't get my apartment, fix the carpet, my stove. I have electrical problem, and I know now Blackstone bought this property. I want to make sure that I have my my unit, for my well-being. And I know teacher board has invest money in this company, and I'm just trying to get you guys support for us because I am a member of ACE. So to meet and make sure that all these families getting, or the community is getting what is paid for, and basically not hurting our community. And if they can do business, they can do business. But it has to be something fair, because right here, you guys are teachers, and we're talking about hurting also children.
We don't
children who go to school every day. Let's make the life easy. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you for your comment there. I'm going to ask Kelly if you could get contact info for the group, and we'll have someone reach out and see what can be done there. Thank you all for your call. Now I'll open it up to folks in the Zoom. Does anybody within the call here on the Zoom wish to offer public comment? All right, I am not seeing or hearing any.
Do you hear me? Hello?
There we go. Yes,
Hello?
caller. Yes, could you identify yourself, and then you have 3 minutes to provide comment. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Luis Amaltuigi. I spoke earlier. I'm talking about the same thing. I'm disappointed that Dan didn't say anything about the comparison between the Medicare premium through CalPERS and through the market. Most of the companies are doing on the market premiums, and they sell directly to the people. And there are many brokers, and I talk to many brokers, and they don't understand why CalPERS premium is high. The other issue that I wanted to talk about, since we are talking about the premium and the plans, the CalPERS Blue Cross Medicare, the difference between the two plans, the gold and the platinum, is only $4. I don't understand the reason why you have two different plans with the difference of $4, and literally they are about the same. So they should be combined like what you had before. You had the select and the choice combined. And then if there is any additional family member, they can choose either the platinum or the gold. That would make a lot of sense and reduce administrative costs and combine the plans in that. The other thing is, basically, I enrolled in Medicare last year. And after enrolling in Medicare, I thought my premium will go down. But the combined Medicare premium that I pay to Medicare and to pay to CalPERS is higher than what I was paying before, which doesn't make any sense. And the other thing is, some of the prescription drugs that I used to get with the basic plan was cheaper or free, and now it's more expensive with the Medicare. Another thing is, most of the drugs that I buy, when I buy it through GoodRx, which is they advertise and all of that, and they try to give a smaller premium, it's about the same or cheaper. So basically, it's not costing the plan anything because I'm paying the copay. But I would like to have somebody call me. My name is Wissam Al-Tuwaiji, and then we can discuss. I have a lot of idea. I've investigated a lot of things, and I'm offering my help so we can discuss it, and maybe you can convince me. Maybe I can convince you to the benefit of the majority. Appreciate anybody that called me, and I appreciate any comment from Dan or anybody else or Marcie. Thank you.
I'm happy to just offer a few high-level comments. So we benchmark our Medicare plans against other plans, as we do with all of our plans, and they are highly competitive. As a lot of you have probably noticed, we've seen far lower price inflation on the Medicare side than on the basic side over the last several years now. We do not, per the comment earlier, subsidize the basic plan with the Medicare plan, just as we don't do it the other way around in any way. So that is not an issue. As I've looked at other large purchasers who purchase in this space, their prices are higher. We've talked to the caller in the past. The plan comparators.
That's not true.
The plan comparators.
I called last November. Nobody called me back.
The plan comparators are different, involve different cost structure, different coverage. And so when you make the comparison, it has to be an apples to apples comparison.
Please provide comparison.
All right, thank you. We appreciate the call, and thank you, Don, for addressing that. Let's see, I had a message come in from Lisa Middleton, who's one of our board members. Ms. Middleton, go ahead.
This is for Don, and I apologize that I wasn't able to get to it yesterday, but it's somewhat anecdotal, Don, but staffing at a number of pharmacies has been severely restricted because of the impact of COVID. I'm personally encountering a very large number of individuals here in the Coachella Valley who are having great difficulty with Walgreens pharmacies in terms of being able to drop off or pick up prescriptions because of numerous closures of the pharmacies or lines that are frequently over an hour long to access drop off or pickup of a prescription.
So that's helpful. We'll look into it. As you know, staffing has at a lot of different health facilities has been a challenge, and pharmacies are not an exception. We'll chat with the Optum folks about the Walgreens in the Coachella Valley issue. You know, the one thing that that's important to remember. So part of the remediation that was put in place during the first COVID wave was a real push to go to mail order, which is much less disrupted than retail, and you know, it can be a more comfortable way of getting your pharmaceuticals also. So, you know, helpful to remind folks that that's always an option, and we've not, to my knowledge, seen disruption on the mail order side. But I'll talk to the Optum folks about the Walgreens issue and have them look at Coachella Valley in particular.
Don, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you. Well, at this time, I want to thank everybody for your participation in this, our third annual stakeholder forum. Want to thank you for your patience in dealing with the complexities of trying to do this virtually and having to work within the framework of public meetings. I think we can all give ourselves a pat on the back, because I think we did a pretty good job all. So thank you to the stakeholders. Thank you to the board members. Thank you to our presenters. Really appreciate it. And I hope this was beneficial for everyone. Please stay safe, stay in touch with us, and we'll see you at the next board meeting in February. Thank you all. So long.